I wanna love that's so medicinal.
Starts to race, can't slow it down. The ringing in your ears has gotten too loud. Take a deep breath, try to slow things down. Wish it away, but it's too late now. I am the storm. The storm. You can't see me, but I'm always around. I'll get in your mind without making a sound. I want all you want, but I'll track you down. Oh, ready to strike, and I see you now. Oh.
borrow with things. Hit you pop out like Sonic rings. Dynamic beats, have you bouquet and movie jeans. It's all attainable, aimable if you got a dream. Movers and shakers, heavy duties and troublemakers. It come from either the reason why people need a savior.
to life. And shout, tell it to the skies. Make it loud, reach for the satellites. Is this the legacy we wanna live? Give up the ghost when we're just out of reach. No going back, scream to the heavens, pray for the weak, but that won't protect them. Innocent, hope is awakened by each and every step that is taken. one can even come close. Nah, counting up money, collecting bodies like Tada. Picture you trying to catch it to me like ha ha. Better stop playing with your one life you got.
An update is required.
Financial system updating.
System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go. Play the local way, pay your way. Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night? Play the local way, pay your way.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes as they silence sins? They try to take me down with their violence.
Oh, they go back in! Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight!
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo, Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
The loyal, the unwavering, the faithful shall be rewarded!
It's at Worlds where legends will fall.
This series a stake and a turn! And he still lives on!
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
Through all the doubt! Through all the disbelief! They earn their place! Winning is not a matter of chance. It's a choice. It's Jin! He's in the base! Jackie Love just found everybody!
Body block kick it hard! Who's he called? Pick it up!
Hail the new kings! Samsung Galaxy! Double circles, double galleons! Pain Gaming have done it! Look at the arrow! Teleport! Iona's got out! He stopped him! These guys came to fight! What's a god to 5 non-believers? Oh! Are you ready?
the Swiss stage at Worlds 2025 live from the JDG Esports Center in Beijing, China. You can see now teams getting ready for an exciting day full of best of ones, the last best of ones. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people excited about that, but that doesn't mean that they're not important and there aren't some nerves all around as we see FlyQuest quickly signing. I don't know what they're signing. I guess it's a piece of glass. Could be a contract of some sort.
No, it's a piece of glass.
Oh, okay. Well, here we are. Thank God Ox is here to explain these things to me, Betty. I'm struggling today.
Are you good?
I just don't know how you would make that mistake.
How could you? That wasn't the contractually documented.
We're not doing metaphor or like weird jokes today. We're serious.
We're very serious, Daniel.
I put on my priest costume for the serious day. That's what you're. Apparently,
that's what you were going for.
Apparently, it's the serious day. So in terms of serious business, yesterday KT did qualify, which surprised many people. Shocking.
Truly shocking. This team is an enigma to me. I feel like that they walk the fine line of terrible and amazing. It is quite, in fact, a roller coaster of emotions when watching this team. And I'm unsure still as to how good they truly are.
I feel like it's just that thing where, you know, as expectations go up, performance goes down. As expectations go down, performance goes up. You know, no one expected them to beat Gen G. They pulled it off. And then as everyone was getting hyped, they then got knocked out of playoffs swiftly. And then as everyone came into Worlds, people were thinking this team is the weakest Korean seed, despite being the 3rd seed. And what do? They got undefeated through Swiss. So maybe everyone's going to be really hyped about them now, and that's a little bit worrying for the knockout stage. But I'm hoping they can persevere. But as they are KT, expect the unexpected.
Expect the unexpected. And of course, for KT, the last few Worlds, it's been quarterfinals every single time. Quarterfinals. For a lot of regions and teams, that would be success, but we know that they want to make a deeper run. And of course, AL, the other team to make it out. CFO, a strong Game 1 performance. But AL bringing it back to be the other team. Of course, we'll do the draw later. But today, we're going to be talking about that 1-1 bracket. It's important. 1-1's comfortable. 1-2, terrible position to be in.
And a thing about 1-1, right, is this was inspired by Reddit user _Fox6736.
I love when we read out
I had to
Reddit
give
names.
this person a shout out because they helped me realize that the 1-1 group is a kind of like a fortune cookie. It gives you a great indication of what's going to be happening in the future. Back in 2023, teams were in the 1-1 group, all made it to the quarterfinals, and you had world finalists there. 2024, look at that, BLG T1 alongside Top Esports, FlyQuest, Weibo. You see what I'm saying? You can see the trend. So now, if we move over to 2025, I think we can see the trend continuing.
Yes.
Gen G expected to be in that top 8, potentially a World Finals. We're looking at T1 as a big contender. BLG, HLE, and G2 right alongside them. All those big World Finals.
Wait.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Wait. Put it back a second.
Can you repeat?
What was the last team you said? The last team you said. No.
G, there's T1.
Yeah.
We're probably going to see them in the
No, continue after that.
BLG.
Yeah, keep going.
And then G2 right now.
No. Okay, all right.
Stop.
Come on.
Stop.
What do we...
What do you think we were just gonna like tag team Ox here and just...
The Reddit user said that like that's what we can expect.
G2 were there the year before. They also did nothing.
Yeah, but so was PSG. I mean, and Fnatic. That doesn't make any sense.
You know, I feel
G2,
like -Fox6736 did some great work, and you are warping it with some sick narrative.
I don't think
right?
No.
I think this is some really...
There's so much evidence to suggest that G2 is heavily favored to be in the World Finals this year based on prior years.
You think that's the takeaway here, not the fact that like T1 and BLG, who were both in finals last time, both 1-1 last time. That's your takeaway is G2.
What this tells to me is that best of ones are a great indicator of who the strongest teams in the world would be. And after G2's dominant victory today, I'm confident that we're going to have an exciting World Finals with them versus CFO at the end of this World Championship.
Okay, you said that I wasn't taking it serious. If I was okay, are you okay?
I took this extremely serious.
Are you okay?
Well, I'm perfectly fine.
All right. Well, I respect your commitment to misinterpreting evidence deliberately to help support your narrative.
I'm quite confident Kadril would agree with me. Isn't that right, Kadril?
What are you doing?
Thank you so much, man.
This is blatant pandering. We're going to have to move on before Vedius gets any hate threats. But if you've started one, good job. Our first matchup today, of course, does feature the LTA champions FlyQuest taking on the #2 seed from the LCP, Team Secret Whales. And we did get a chance to speak to Busio to get his thoughts on the matchup earlier in the Verizon Game Day interview.
Welcome to the Verizon Game Day interview. I am here joined by Busio on the side of FlyQuest. Thank you so much for your time. How are you feeling? Today's a big day for you. Are you ready for the game today?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty ready. I watched their game against KT this morning, and they seem
pretty good, so we'll have to stay focused.
Okay, speaking of KT, I was actually gonna tell you about this because it's a thing that boosts your confidence. I talked with Peter for an interview earlier, and then he said he agrees with the statement that Busio is the Western carrier. How does that make you feel?
Oh, I mean, that's pretty nice. I like Peter. I think he plays pretty well. So it's nice to hear that.
Amazing. Well, looking at the matchup today, what did the team focus on the most in terms of the preparation?
I would say everybody just making sure they're playing for themselves, because especially in internationals, when scrims are going bad or like your opponent is world class and they're just playing better than you, you sometimes overcompensate by trying to help your teammates. But it's important to make sure you're playing for yourself and caring about your own condition in the game, so you're strong.
Also, when it comes to Worlds, I think meta changes every day. So what is the biggest takeaway so far?
I mean, I would say a big takeaway for us is playing what we're good at. We don't necessarily have to follow what the top teams are doing, because if we're not the best at those champs, then there's no point playing them. So we just have to, make our own meta.
Yeah, playing what works for us is the most important thing. And today we have another competition going, which is the social media war. So you always going with the thirst traps, but Taki is going crazy with his dance moves as well.
Yeah.
You're not gonna lose that one though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I might even have to start dancing to get in that realm as well. Yeah.
So if you win today, are you gonna post your biceps or dance moves?
We'll just have to see.
Okay, we'll have to see.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Busio, and wish you the best of luck today. Hopefully we can see some of your posts on Twitter today.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was Busio from FlyQuest.
I do want to say, even though we didn't get an answer, that was the greatest piece of investigative journalism I've seen in the last 5 years.
Real hard-hitting questions.
Real hard-hitting questions. Are we getting a dance or are we getting the biceps? We're going to need a rebuttal from Taki. We need to know, is he going to go? Is he going to stay in the realm of dances?
First, we need to see the evidence. That is fair. Was G-Sun talking about this on our screens?
My gosh.
This is clean. These dance moves. Oh, the choreography.
He's bringing in the crew?
Oh my goodness.
I mean, Taki's hitting the moves. The camera moves are matched to the hips, which is insane. But Busio...
Wait, it says in the tweet, just shared an elevator with Faker, and I'm wondering, was he doing that while Faker was in the elevator?
That's intimidating.
Yeah.
He got those big old poofy pants on the street, too.
World Championship or two.
Bum. But I think, it's tough because he's going up, like, how many buff T1 players have we seen over the years? Owner, exactly. I don't think Faker's intimidated.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that particularly steamy photo shoot from Owner, but that man was also jacked, so I don't know if that intimidation worked.
Well, I think Fake would have good backup. I think he's okay.
After losing against T1, I mean, he had to get him back somehow, right?
Bam, flex on him. It's a little bit more literal than most players at home. See? You gotta take it to the next level. You have to fly all the way to Beijing, flex on your opponents. That is the
Well, the real question is, who's going to be flexing on the Rift today? Because I do think that FlyQuest are coming in as the favorites in today's matchup, especially when we kind of look at some of their domestic performances. Because what an impressive record when this team is ahead at 14 minutes. FlyQuest domestically across both Split 2 and Split 3. I mean, they knew how to close out a game.
They definitely did.
Pretty good. And I think especially given the fact that we saw Team Secret Wales fall behind in their win and then teamfight their way out of it, it's worrying when you go against a team with that sort of stat. If you fall behind against FlyQuest, you're going to have a bad time.
And the thing that we've heard from our NA counterparts so much is that there are a lot of teams who can play these explosive early games similar to what Team Secret Wales are bringing to the table. And FlyQuest clearly comfortable dismantling those teams when they get these advantages, when they're able to shut that down. So it does feel like FlyQuest are, it's not going to be a comfort zone because they don't know Team Secret Wales as well. But in terms of stylistic matchup, FlyQuest not dealing with something too unexpected. That said, on the opposite side for Team Secret Wales, I think it's important that we kind of talk about this team, reintroduce them, the first two best of ones, not a good enough indicator of what we can expect from the team overall. And there's a lot to be excited about here.
Well, I think that just the world doesn't really know this squad. And I think it's really important that you come to know them because in their debut against Vivo Cade Stars, they already had such a massive impact. This kind of rookie duo coming in from the mid-jungle really made a name for themselves already with their hyper-aggression and this man in the jungle, Histo in particular, such a young player, but it feels like that he plays with nothing but confidence, and they are a super fun team to watch.
Yeah, I think the team fights and just the way they look for these engages, they are such a scrappy team, which is what makes them so fun to watch. And I feel like sometimes when you go to internationals, teams start to get a little bit timid, and it feels like you don't get that same energy that you saw from them domestically. We haven't seen that. Team Secret Wales are always looking for those fights, just like we saw from them in the LCP.
Which I think is so important when you look at them kind of being the front runner, especially for Vietnamese League of Legends, right? Everyone is so used to names like GAMP. So when we see a new org step onto the world stage, you want to see some of those hallmarks, that aggressive play, but you want to see that development as well, which has been showcased really well. And now for the LCP as a whole, the region really feels like it is ramping up.
Absolutely it does, and I think because of CFO, we have to acknowledge that in the global power rankings, they've been taking names. Like moving up to position 5, the region on the right-hand side of your screen, moving up to 3rd place, given their international performances, and we know how this affects the rest of the region as well. And that's why in the context of Team Secret Wales, they're a team that you can't afford to underestimate, because CFO have already showed what they can do on the international stage, and this is a team that's going back and forth with a team like CFO.
That's the thing as well, with the LCP being so close to the LPL and the LCK in terms of where the region is in the world, it means when you have a good performance at internationals, when you match up well against these LPL and LCK teams, you get access to higher level scrims as well. We've seen that with CFO be able to play these top level LCK and LPL teams, and it means they've been able to improve quite a bit.
Yeah, and I think, again, for the region, when we talk about the history, the depth of their top of the table hasn't always been there, right? Flashful is a team that you're familiar with. Not often that we get to see 2 or 3 teams really make their mark internationally, but Team Secret Wales seem ready to buck the trend, and they had a really impressive performance. You highlighted it earlier, both of you. The play versus Viva Kid Stars was phenomenal.
And even their early game against KT, I was rewatching the matchup this morning, their aggression is just, I mean, it's surprising. Because, as you highlighted, when they come to these international tournaments, so many young players can't always translate how they play domestically onto an international stage. They see those nameplates, they see these historic figures, and they get worried. But these players don't care. They show up on the Rift, they do exactly what they're supposed to do, and so much of that is driven by that man in the jungle.
Histo, a player that I'm personally so excited, right? He is the new youngest player. It was Hongq at MSI, the new youngest player on the stage. And going up against Inspired, this is going to be a crucial matchup we have to look at. But again, the youth, the confidence on this stage. Bro just turned 18.
Wow.
He's a puppa. He's out here just taking names. He's going and he's taking risks. And I'm not going to lie, they haven't all been good risks, but I love to see an explosive player like this.
But I think with how we've set this matchup up, yeah, Inspired is that cerebral jungler, and obviously trying to play to get the team ahead as a whole and playing maybe a bit more about the camps, but I feel like with Histo, it has been about setting the pace of the game. It needs to be that against FlyQuest. You need to be pushing the pace of the game forward because, as we said, when FlyQuest, when Inspired gets ahead, it's really hard to break out of that. I don't think you can go into that and just expect to be able to team fight your way from a deficit. We've seen that hasn't worked domestically when teams have gone up against FlyQuest, so I think Team Secret Wales really need a banger performance from Histo here.
It really is a contrast of styles between these two junglers. The veteran that we're seeing on our screen right now is the guy that controls the game. He kind of moves the pieces on the Rift to where he needs them to be to set himself up for success. So we know his synergy with Busio has become fantastic throughout the year. Meanwhile, on the other side, Histo is all about that aggression, that self-identity and agency that he takes in the game to make sure that the game is going his way. And it's going to be a question of, can Histo show up on the day? Because we know that FlyQuest are coming in as the favorites in this matchup. They want to get out of this group stage, similar to what we saw from last year. And I think that given what we've seen from them so far, I mean, I guess that's the big question. What have we seen from them so far? Because they fell short to T1. They had a strong performance against Vivocade. How will they handle this aggression this time around?
And I think especially when you look at some of the other teams are in the 1-1 situation, the fact we have Gen G against T1, if T1 win against Gen G, if Gen G go to that 1-2, it is going to be really scary. You do not want to lose this match, potentially go down to that 1-2 spot, have to play against Gen G in an elimination best of 3, a team that have been so consistent best of 3s. A win here is so meaningful. A loss here could put you in such a dire position.
And remember that FlyQuest feel like the strongest team that we've seen performing across LTA and LEC. I think they bear a lot of the hopes of the West as a whole, especially of the LTA. So to lose here would shatter a lot of that hope, shatter a lot of those initial expectations. And I think it's a super high stakes scenario to be in. Team Secret Whales, again, playing to surprise, playing to further prove that the LCP as a region, as a whole, can be dominant, can be that big force. But to be honest, we're just going to have to see who comes out. It's a best of one. Anything can happen. Let's get in to Swiss Day 4.
As Duro is just another target, Brawler was fed the hope of Gen.G, but even he is not enough.
They got the better of Gen.G.
실패는 성공을 위한 발돋움이라서 한 번 실패했다고 해서 더 이상 포기하지 않고 앞으로 계속 나아갈 수 있다는 마음가짐을 가져야 한다고 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Baker runs back to the base, but this game's done. That one T1 loss, it ain't the same, is it?
네, 저희가 오늘 지긴 했어도 그래도 저희가 또 보여줬던 좋은 모습들도 많기 때문에 네, 상대하는 팀들이 많이 의식을 할 거라고 생각합니다. 지금까지 티어는 높은 산들을 넘어왔기 때문에 이번에도 그럴 수 있을 거라고 믿습니다. 저희가 상처를 입었지만 저희가 입은 상처보다 더 많은 상처를 내드리도록 하겠습니다.
Very few people thought that they could do it, but they have just struck fear into every team at World.
I don't feel any pressure. I just want to win every game.
Top Esports able to do what BLG could not.
We lost against TS because our mistakes, but I think if we play well, we can win next match too.
Delight had us in the first half. The rest of it looked groundbreaking.
지금 로스터에 있는 선수들로 다 우승을 할 수 있다고 생각을 하고 저와 제 팀원들은 모든 걸 이룰 수 있습니다. 퀴드 선수 빨리 집으로 보내드리겠습니다.
If you think we are weak, remember, BLG thought so too.
我觉得今年其实3支 LPL 队伍都非常强吧。
The LPL
goes 3-0 here on day 2.
This is what you can expect from one of the best regions in the world.
这是我们的主场，所有粉丝都在与我们并肩作战。我觉得一干一池队的野，我们是基本没有什么怕的对手吧。
A convincing stomp from BLG.
Oh my God！ 我们会把你送下去的。We're looking to make everyone proud.
Top Esports coming out swinging. They'll take down G2.
But first, we have to focus on ourselves.
G2 woke up and chose violence.
We're going to show confidence, resilience, and we're gonna give it our all.
In best of ones, you have to be more clean.
FlyQuest back to business as usual and finally find that 1-1.
The stakes are high. A singular mistake can cost you the whole tournament.
Em cảm thấy khá là háo hức khi mình có thể được 1-1.
LCP on the board first in a big way. Second seed, do it right.
Tụi mình sẽ cố gắng về và tập luyện tập trung hơn để có thể làm nên kỳ tích. Dù đối thủ có là ai sắp tới thì mình cũng tự tin chiến thắng họ 100%.
To our next opponent, believe me, this is only the start.
Failure is not the enemy of success as our 1-1 teams look to benchmark themselves and launch off that pad of experience of 2 best of ones to get themselves to that match point. My name's Asterix. I'll be joined for Kobe, or with Kobe rather. For Kobe sounds better, as you'll be alongside with me for 4 awesome games today, which I half believe teams are standing in right now. We've got some good teams in this lineup.
Yeah, and I saw Nuke up there already scratching his head. Coach of FlyQuest trying to figure out what to do in the pick bands here.
Is that good or bad?
Honestly, I think it's good.
Okay.
So both, it's interesting because we always talk about Busio Bard, but Taki plays Bard a lot as well, so we assume that is going to be pretty contested in this one. Last time around, You know, FlyQuest led the Bard through versus T1, gave it to Carrier. They bit the bullet on that one. Mid lane, though, is definitely a big focus. One thing with Dyer is he's not that great at, like, Talia and Azir. So sometimes you have to worry about that, but we'll see this time because Orianna and Ryze have been some of the, basically the two most premier blind pick mid laners, and so taking those two out early. Wukong's still up though, and to me, with the fall of favor of Jarvan, even though I still think the champ is fine, really liking early Wukongs. Even early Trundles have had a lot of success for jungle.
And I mean, other 80 carries as well to mention for first pick, as Talia does go as well. If we're going for what could be blue side one, we have seen Caitlyn here and there. We've seen Sion as well. We know it's FlyQuest, and I know Masu feels like such a great Kai'Sa, but so is Eddie. So maybe there is some priority in taking away comfort for a single BO.
Well, I got some lore for you because Bwipo always hovers Kai'Sa. And
I know that too as well.
Yeah, it's
tricky.
It's more of a shout out, but it does mean that the first pick is more highly anticipated here. Although dive comps are very successful.
Yeah,
there's the Wukong I was talking about. Really feel like that is just king of the jungle at the moment, just because your team fighting is so good. And Wukong as well fits into the way that FlyQuest like to play the game. They do like to be controlled and keep inspired on very efficient farming up until they actually bring together some of these team fights. They really like to build for these full 5-on-5s, not necessarily rushing into anything too early. Meanwhile, TSW love rushing in, and so they're the ones that go Aurora Kai'Sa for the engage.
They like smash face, and so far I see that as a comp that can really send it. Let's see how Fly respond. As you said, you know, we've already got inspired on something solid for the team, but pairings are super important when you already see Aurora on the board. Potential flex, but we're assuming we'll most likely go mid.
Yeah, you know you're facing just dive comp here, so preparing for that. This is, thankfully for FlyQuest, something they are used to playing. You know, they're used to playing 100 Thieves in the LCS, which is a very aggressive team that likes to fight a lot as well, and does show a lot of this style. So FlyQuest responses here, you know, get their brick wall of a front line. The Sion super early for Bwipo, and the Wukong already in place for Inspired. So I think they're feeling quite good. We'll see about if they want other anti-dive or, you know, like counter-engage type stuff to round it out.
Both there. Alistar gets locked in. Quick side note, first time Bwipo is not on the Mordekaiser, which has just been his, I guess, small answer into tank matchups for this tournament. But it is nice to see him on a completely different role instead of that AP Juggernaut top. As we digress and see if TSW going to match this Alistar, because normally it'd be the Rel with the Kai'Sa.
Yeah,
but they might go past it, as Kiana has also been ban-worthy in this tournament.
Exactly. And it was specifically versus Histo as well, previously banned. VKS respected him there for that one, and he had some good games on it already. Proved he is a good Kiana, so you're going to get more of the same that we were just talking about. They are diving, they're looking for flanks, they're trying to assassinate your backline. Again, this is not going to be a surprise to FlyQuest, and FlyQuest seem like their plan is to fight front to back, build a kind of solid team comp, and try and protect their normal carries that you usually get here for Quad and Masu, where you expect Quad to go just whatever sort of stable control mage will be left up. Looks like TSW are trying to target Masu and take away safer 80 carries, because he knows he's going to have to survive quite a scary dive.
Yeah. And how does he thrive there? I mean, other 80 carries, Kobe will start throwing out things like Ezreal, maybe, if there is enough damage, pending on what hero ends up playing here in the top lane. Rumble also being taken out and giving Bwipo a safer lane. I think very important when we've seen that, like, not many things deal with Sion. He has a stable enough laning phase, one of the best tank laners at the moment as well. And it's so easy to just ban away one or two champs like the Rumble, like even, you know, we've seen things like Galio neutralizing top laners that can go into it.
Yeah, Aatrox is another
much better example.
Option up there. Yeah, okay, so Victor, one of the other control mages we were talking about, Quad had a really good Victor game that was pretty smooth scaling for him and ended up being the biggest damage dealer of the entire match. So not too big of a surprise there, but let's see if there's anything else that FlyQuest here do want to target. Maybe any supports from Taki here, since they do have the Alistar already. A little bit of protection. Yeah, there you go, the Poppy. Support banned out. I think that's wise considering the Alistar and the Wukong that they already have.
Do you just pull out the Nautilus here, match into support, and then leave that Aurora still technically as a flex? I mean, coming from EU, we have seen it top plenty of times into tank matchups because it'd be quite annoying to lane. So I think when the lane swap comes through that it has been considered quite useless as we get our answer now. Oh my lord, no way.
Versus Whippo?
Against Whippo as well, the audacity of Hero, I respect.
Honestly, I respect it too. Use the Mordekaiser versus a Whippo who's been spamming it here and is very good into the Scion, can pull multiple resources over to that side lane if the Mordekaiser does get ahead. And if you're left isolated, should get ahead. And then should be able to pull extra resources. So I do like this from TSW. Then their kind of 4-1 split push has so much potential because the 4 with Aurora and Kiana already would have plenty of engage, plenty of threat themselves. And so could become problematic for FlyQuest. But FlyQuest, as we said, want to build very standard front to back. So they do pick up the Azir in the end. And a little bit of safety for Masu through range here. The Jhin has plenty of follow-up, but the Corki has its own dash. So does give a few more options from getting away from an Aurora Kiana, even though that's very difficult.
One thing as a side note that we've gone past is Azir gets locked in, usually perma-banned in the tournament so far. It's been picked up one other game, and the fact again that we're just seeing it fly through to the end of stage towards quad with the Corki you just mentioned solidifies that front to back you were setting up before for FlyQuest. What an easy draft to operate.
Yeah, one of the big reasons for Azir kind of dropping priority is the recent changes, you know, kind of nerfing the early game. So we'll see about the scaling for FlyQuest. This is pretty often what they try and do. You know, if they're facing an aggressive team like that, they'll try and scale into some mid-game team fights.
Yep.
It makes me a little nervous, though. Vietnam, it's are very, very good at pushing the aggression, and they definitely are built to do it here.
They're like Gam, but scarier, you know. I mean,
but younger, more youthful.
That's it. It's the age that has to do with it, isn't it? There was so much story about Histo and Dyer coming in, and in their rookie year being these mechanical geniuses that have, you know, kind of taken the world by storm as well. Now, they've only played 2 best of ones, but for Team Secret Wales, they're on champions that can carry here. There is a lot of energy coming out of the dive we talked about, a lot of snowballing that could happen in this comp. And that's what you want to see when their style has been, look, we send it, we skill check. We're not a heavy macro team, and I think a lot of people would say that and see that.
Yeah.
But they're a team that can skill check you any day.
Yeah. I am a little nervous for FlyQuest. I mean, again, they're very accustomed to doing this, but if you just scale and do nothing, and then you lose and lose and lose and lose stuff on the map, then it's very embarrassing. But if you scale, and then you win the mid-game team fights,
then it's not embarrassing.
Then it's great. Then it looks great. So
we don't want FlyQuest to be embarrassed, do we?
People will be ready to say, "Oh wow, you just you know, didn't do anything and then lost," but.
I love you covering all angles, making sure we're going into this one with everything covered. Welcome back to Worlds. It has been a privilege and a pleasure so far. I mean, it is delivered. Our 1-on-1 teams look great for the runner today.
So, they're definitely expecting a lane swap here, as the Scion Mordekaiser matchup is annoying, and the ward in the side brush is already there, our expected lane swap detecting ward, but Whippo kind of shows to give false info, and he's going to stay up there. Interesting. So Whippo is going to recall a little bit later. I assume he's recalling. Okay, good. Yeah, he's recalling. Masu's headed over through jungle. Let's see if they actually complete it. Yeah.
Top side defensive here from TSW, just a side note as well. Yeah, they're doing exactly that.
So the new lane swaps, by the way, with the top lane timer moved to 4 minutes, mid lane timer moved to 2 minutes and 15 seconds, or at least it already was 2 minutes and 15 seconds. We do get supports laning with bottom for, you know, the first 2 minutes basically.
Yep.
And then 2:15, they can go mid lane, and then they mess with the mid laners for a while. And then they still roam around through river. They can mess with junglers, then they go back and mess with mid laners for a while. And then at 4 minutes, then they can finally go up to the top lane.
Okay, nice pop away. I do feel like, again, like, yeah, we have seen, what is it, maybe 70, 80% of games with this happening, especially on blue side as well. And I believe Alistar only yesterday or the day before. Throw him up towards mid as well. Quick side note as well. We talked about it heavily. Seeing Inspired on Wukong might give a lot of faith to NA fans. I think Histo we already mentioned as well, when this guy is such an aggressive jungler. Seeing him on the Qiyana, that's a bit of faith too, especially when Qiyana this tournament has been great. But let's pause. Decimating Smash fully channeled in the bot side with Grasp of the Undying, and Bwipo takes Taki to court.
Yeah, a couple of bruisers there with some decent chunk damage onto the Rakan. Getting vision control here through the brush too.
He knows he's going there. Interrupted. The Decimating Smash at range again. Bwipo's done some really good damage. The return here, not too much, as Eddie just tries to get that second skin and takes Busio down low, half HP. Taki's just out of range again. These trades are more exciting than you would have thought.
Yeah, it's actually kind of a fun lane here to see the beef balls here versus a regular duo lane. Meanwhile, on the top side, a lot of the top laners kind of used to having to lane into 80 carries nowadays. We did see a little bit of a camera pan before, and Masu missed some CS, but still applying some pressure to the Mordekaiser and trying to push him in. Also does mean that both junglers have easy full clears for themselves, and will complete those momentarily.
Meanwhile, Eddie on the chase. Bwipo tagged a little bit further as well. TSW getting a little bit back in this, especially since Taki's getting those interrupts.
And they do have to be very careful. The lane is pushing towards them, so just don't expose yourself to a Qiyana gank. If you give Qiyana early money, you'll pay for it later. So they do back off, and they let TSW push in towards them. Qiyana is still coming this side of the map, though. Are they going to go for the dive? Busio's already kind of exiting here, so are they going to try and just sacrifice the Scion, get the zombie?
They're going to try the very least. Bwipo instant flash, double matches over back into the turret. Histo gets out because Eddie was tanking for the time being. First blood to the Whales.
Super good juggle of tower aggro there. And even though the zombie gets a couple of extra punches in, nice dive from TSW, you know, just tanking the tower aggro on the outside, allowing the Qiyana to go in there and get the kill. We were just saying this is such a big bonus for TSW. If they can get early money onto his toe, it is perfect.
And right they shall. The first blood pickaxe picked on the return as well. I believe there are topside camps respawning with Krugs first, so a position to maybe make an appearance in mid with those low health bars as well, especially before Quad gets his ulti. It's just so much burst on that edge of Ishtal when you get the Earth Element too. As Bwipo gets a push in bot wave, because Eddie had to reset here, so a couple of minions denied, and all in all, Bwipo is even with CS. It is just that kill that is now the fright, as Bwipo also gets a deep ward.
Yeah, well played kill. Again, props to Taki, just tanking tower aggro with the Rakan on the outside safely, allowing for them to get the money where they want it. We'll see what it turns into as well, because now Taki looking towards mid right after Quad just teleported back.
Gang timer, we talked about supports and they're roaming through the map. It's mid time apparently as Quad gets out, but never mind, that was so easy. It is hard to gank an Azir, but Quad made it easier than expected.
Yep, truly is. One of the reasons why Azir has been popular for a very long time in a pro. Very slippery. All right, Busio, meanwhile, is camping up around the top side. Still, it's level 6 on Mordekaiser, so.
So what are you going to do? Get ultied under turret? He's just going to back off. He's got TP. Might just be faking it as well, as Master's got a slow push going on. Kobe, I see a monkey up in the top lane with Inspired nearby, half the way to level 6 as well when he becomes useful. There's Dai with the ulti on Quad. Get some good damage off here with the twofold Hex, and in the end, it's not bad, but that's an ulti down while TSW were covering for the fact they were starting the Dragon.
Yep, get their Dragon. It's very good for TSW to stack Dragons through this game, since they want to draw you out into the open. Meanwhile, just have a couple of tanks trading blows, but yeah, stacking Dragons really good for this comp, so they can draw you out into the open and get there engaged, so they can actually go for the attack with their Aurora Qiyana combination.
Just on the edge here, spotting out Inspired, who was on a ward. Quick side note, by the way, while we are talking about jungle matchup, you can see
Hex flash coming
more importantly. We'll talk about that in a second. Busio interrupt. Oh no! Dai sent back not once but twice. But now with the trample and pulverize in the air, the chain CC is beautifully clean from FlyQuest.
Yeah, really nice combo. Honestly, there from Busio. They're able to lock him up, and they just kind of ping pong. They pass him all the way back towards their side of the map. Dire down immediately. No flash.
And I was ready to talk about jungle impact, and now getting towards level 6, like how good Inspired is on this pick, and the high bar we have in this best of 1, with it being 15-4 on the pick historically on this Wukong. Massive's 8-0, by the way, if you wanted to know another stat about your 80 carry.
Yeah.
8-0 on Corki, not bad.
Yeah, Masu, Corki, undefeated. FlyQuest have won a lot of games.
So that's what it is.
Meanwhile, the bottom side, okay, Inspired is going for the recall here. Okay, so not going to go try and contest anything on the opposite side.
Yep.
And we'll just get the re-clears there for junglers.
Barrier there as we come back towards bot in the wave clear. Early game a little bit slow, but again, remember, it was just waiting for those ult timers. We've seen one interaction through mid, but now Inspired with it should be more active. His toe the same with Supreme Display of Talent up and available. Grubs, 1 second, now up. As Dire's trying to get push and pressure through mid, doing burst damage on quad, but he just took absolutely nothing as Grub started by his toe.
So Inspired is level 6, and he did go back and get his Sheen. So they should be able to secure at least one for themselves. Quad, though.
Can just get out. Hero is passing through mid. He'll get poked out, but not much to say about that until Grubs continue to be started. His toe just comes back for round 2. And Inspired didn't get a smite on one, nor did he get one low. There's going to be at least 2, maybe even 3. As Masu has to get out, no mana. And TSW just whittled their way back in at a new angle to secure the rest.
Yeah, good timing for TSW. Inspired doesn't have enough time to try and burst one down and steal one away with this smite. And so they get all 3. Now, FlyQuest, they kept Bwipo pushing on bottom side. And this FlyQuest team, well, in the river, they might actually find some combat. But FlyQuest are looking to scale again.
Wait. Okay, we get an ulti. Izdo in response well. Supreme Display is fantastic with the shuffle. He's under 3 in the end. Dire has to run out, but he's been exhausted as he flashes away. It's his only means of escape as Busio still wants to headbutt into Pulverize, a combination that is going to be destroyed with Quad rolling in after the fact, but no one's burning anything. Flash already down for Busio. The chase ends there, and it is simply one for FlyQuest after the fact.
This is why we've been hyping up Busio for a long time.
He's clean,
in the
man.
LCS, man. He makes so many plays for FlyQuest. The coordination there was really good.
Now he gets another one as well, Trample, but it is simply auto attacks from Quad, who only has a recurve bow and a Fiendish Codex. So that's enough of that. Whippo, meanwhile, onto Eddie. Same can be said as, yeah, Busio's been great for ages, you know. It's not just the biceps, man. It's also the game players.
You're a fan of his thirst traps, eh?
They are big biceps, though.
Regardless, the focus call from the entire team. Inspired starts it out on his dough. Quad is going to come over from the mid lane, and so Busio just sets up Quad to get this knockdown, and they funnel the money in the correct position here. So Quad, not only is he going to get the money, he also gets the red buff for a while, and their plan of scaling, as we said from draft, with the Sion, with the Azir, with the really strong front-to-back team fight composition that they have drafted, is still in effect. This is a team that is very well accustomed, again, to playing, you know, versus teams like 100 Thieves and stuff. They're going to try and pressure them early, and FlyQuest, they'll sacrifice early objectives, but they will choose some, you know, fight positions like that where Eddie had recalled, so the Kaisa was back in base, and so they choose their moment to get a little bit of gold, because gold along the way certainly does help. Nasher's Tooth already completed for Quad, in addition to some extra magic resistance to help him versus the Aurora Burst.
And on his note as well, when you have a dive comp running into his ear, I feel like he's one of the most versatile mid laners historically. His reaction to dive can dive in.
Yeah,
match.
he's got peel or offensive looks. We just saw the offensive one, but he can also do it defensively.
It's such a good punishing champion, and as you said, with that first item up and available, with Dragon number 2 now up too, maybe that influences FlyQuest to look for the contest here. It is well watered by Team Secret Wales with a river lined red currently, and Whippo, of course, what you'd call the weak side with Hero being fine in the 1v1 matchup. FlyQuest pings are coming down, maybe looking to move and influence to get that Dragon for themselves and stop Team Secret Wales from having control over this neutral.
Yeah, FlyQuest already positioning here through vision on the river. Busio's Hex Flash not going to be in range of anybody this time around, so no combat there, but they are looking for it.
Sana's just fine. Observers like that, because when the mace hits, there's a bit of dopamine. I get it, guys, I get it. Feel the same way when you get that solo Obsidian mace. Oh, the sound right, did that on purpose.
The isolated feels really good. Mordekaiser has some clean skins as well, but the dragon that you talked about,
yeah, please,
it's kind of up there and awaiting. So we'll see the transition from TSW. FlyQuest have pre-existing vision, but Inspired goes for the recall. Wonder if he's going to cancel or actually complete that. Does he have full Trinity Force in base? Because Wukong Trinity Force, there we go. Wukong Trinity Force is huge.
Yeah, but again, the timing's big, isn't it? I'm glad you mentioned that because he's going to be late here with Profane Hydra on Kiana. It's fast. Meanwhile, FlyQuest are looking towards the top side. TP defensively as Quad runs away from the Between Worlds. A good slide out, but even with the TP up, Dragon's already done. Heroes just covering bases, and it's good objective game from Team Secret Whale so far.
Yeah, keep on stacking them. FlyQuest here are looking towards their mid-game team fights, and they'll look to try and stop the Dragon stacking. Maybe on next Dragon, I would assume, unless something goes wrong and they don't have, some good item breakpoints for their carries, which they're already coming through. Then maybe they would be able to adapt. But Trinity Forces on both Wukong and Corki is huge, and Quad was already accelerated, so the Azir was already in a fairly good spot. And they're kind of cruising up to build around this 5-on-5. Whippo as well. It's just a very efficient buy to go to into the Kanik Rookern. Okay, the shield has been broken on the Kanik Rookern, and he took 60% of Dire's health during the time.
He did. He didn't even ult. I think he was waiting for another decimating smash to see if he could connect it. Has flash as well, so Dire has to pay respect. Whippo's like, do I do it or not?
Yeah, I mean, Kanik Rookern just already synergizes so well with Sion, all that extra health, but being able to do it into the double AP solo lanes as well, it's just really big value there. So Dire, I mean, what kind of plays are they cooking up here? Because nobody else can teleport in, so he's just running for the minion.
He really wants the minion, so Whippo ults him at melee range. Dire decided to come back in. Whippo has taken a couple of turret shots, but look at his health. He can do this again as he gets the plate and looks for the re-engage and takes down Dire. Easy as pie for Whippo on the tank.
Hysterics, I was trying to cook up what is the idea behind this play.
No one was nearby.
And the idea was, it's really frustrating to watch all my minions just dying at the tower.
Yes.
And they just wanted to get in there.
Understandable.
I feel for that, but, sometimes you just are not allowed. Not allowed.
That's a big loss as well. Quad was already getting top turret. Whippo is getting teleported on in means of Hex Gates here by Taki, but he's found on his flanking angle, goes back into pit. And it's not like there's a dragon or anything here. The next objective spawns topside, so for FlyQuest, having all that control on the right side of the map, now covering Whippo, this is a great early game. 2,500 gold, and I think it came off the back of this.
Well, some of it certainly did. Even with the E missing, he didn't even need the slow. Bubba just ults into a Q, and then you back off and you wait for your cooldowns. And Dire, does he get the cannon before he dies? I don't remember. Nope.
No,
not even get the cannon before he dies.
Not worth, I think. Call me speculative. That was not worth. Got me crazy.
Fair evaluation.
1,700 gold lead between mid laners. Not only helping because of that, but because, as we said, Quad got solo turret on the top side. As the Coinbase gold grind is showing us between top laners, even Whippo versus Hero is doing fine. And remember, Hero picked this into the side. Try to do the Whippo special.
Yeah. And we'll see, as the game progresses. It is currently going pretty well according to FlyQuest's plan, as you mentioned, trying to scale up towards this mid game. They have a lot of gold in the places that they want, probably even more than they accounted for.
Yeah.
It's going even better.
Is this you being speculative, or are you quietly positive right now, or are you being analytical right now?
I think I'm vocally positive about it.
Vocally.
Not
spiritually.
Let's see about the Rift Herald, of course. TSW, this is certainly a team that will not just sit back and lose quietly. That is definitely something that you can count on. Even if they are down in gold, they definitely will look to fight their way out of a loss rather than sit back in it.
Yeah, well said.
So we'll see if they are able to pull something out. Whippo currently just split pushing on bottom side, and he has no teleport, so I assume he's just going to continue pushing, and the rest of FlyQuest are posturing.
Just leave it. They're not contesting any of these objectives, and maybe it's just smart play as Busio, never mind, finds a pick, sends it in his Spide's waiting arms. The great display of talent is great as well, though, with the grasp in. Hero has brought the plate to its knees. Team Secret Wales will match the fight even after Busio thought he found a pick. Again, they're going to send it forward into Histo, but it's only the two of them drawn back in. Histo flashes over the wall. Masu flashes into the team. Taki gets out as well. The gumption on that Haiti carry is insane as Quad comes in to save the day, but Busio's close to dying. Now Quad's in threat as well. The burst so much from Team Secret Wales, and FlyQuest got bored and said, we need to fight.
I mean, so they did have two people split pushing, and they...
Do it again.
Yeah, I actually want the comms listening, because they clearly intentionally try and make this play with three people mid, and they do get burst damage really close to lethal here, but it's not quite lethal. And since nobody had time even for TSW to recall, they cancel their recalls, and he's able to escape, as is Taki for the beginning of it, and Inspired's down. And the two split pushers for FlyQuest, you know, continue to do so. Masu flashes over to try and clean up these kills. He does get one, but as far as your evaluations, Hysterics, I would say that was not worth, because, you know, he invests his quirky flash to
I respect it. It might not be worth, but I respect it.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're having fun, you know?
Yeah, that's a good sign, isn't it? I mean, still ahead in gold, despite the play. Masu flashing forward still gets a kill. But we just talked about Team Secret Wales, like, they want to send it. They really want to send it with this comp and with their style.
Yeah.
Got a chance to do so as Dragon.
FlyQuest also want to send it. They figured they could make a like 3v5 clip.
Yeah.
And I mean, the burst, they had a lot of burst damage, but not enough.
Hey, we're talking about earning legacies. That's how you start, you know? Masu and Busio over the years of watching them internationally and domestically.
So the question then becomes, can TSW punish this Corki now? Masu has no summoner spells. So honestly, I would like to see, you know, follow-up repercussions for that play. This Corki here is a vulnerable target. And TSW have quite a few engage tools.
Their ults are back up and available, all 10 on the map right now as well. Fly look for mid-prio, and Hero comes from a side, while Eddie gets poked out a bit, and this third Dragon again, all the focus so that Fly can stop the sacking onto Dyer. He'll get out thanks to the blast cone, but the small poke landing here, they're just lowering the health bars.
See if they can get any sort of poke damage first. FlyQuest with the vision, leading over towards the Dragon, but nobody's starting it while they're kind of moving here. And since TSW do have vision inside the pit, nobody's going to get baited and walk too close.
Quad to stand here. Histo comes from a new angle, drops the Herald. Quad retreats, and Fly are still in this brush. They haven't started yet. Trying to bait them in, and the lure eventually works. Taki's the one to tank it up as Whipper goes forward as well. Again, good poke damage as ult melee range. Hero has to ult in response, and it's Judgment Day for someone if he can get them in a 1v1, but it's only Whippo. Meanwhile, Dyer flashes forward, sets himself up. It's a good ulti, but he now jumps into the hole of FlyQuest. Quad with his dying breath gets an ulti off. Flash away from Annie from Whippo, but the back to front is in full effect, and FlyQuest are getting the fight they want. Baiting them in was the right call, because the whales always come.
And that's going to be Otacon as well. That was Dragon. The idea from TSW is good. They're trying to fight WoW. You know, Inspired is taking the Dragon, so...
Do it again! Decimating smash. Masu going to step up to this one as well. Valkyrie on top of his, no flash from Quiver, not to get caught. Masu will get the kill. The slow onto Taki. Team Secret Wales check the brush. Not once, not twice, 3 times, and they get punished for it.
Yeah, FlyQuest definitely used to handling this type of game, and they are going to stack objective on top of objective here. They're going to be able to get that Otacon. So, Inspired, they saw him, you know, doing the Dragon currently, and so during this Mordekaiser ultimate, TSW are talking about how they're going to go for the engage, and they get the Aurora ultimate on both Masu as well as Quad, and then they follow up. Eddie ults in, tries to burst down Quad, but as he goes down, still able to get the ult off, and Masu has enough burst damage, so then when Inspired does join, he gets to blend up the rest of the whales. And the TSW, the youngest team at the tournament here, is faced with a fairly large problem in FlyQuest here. Since Quad got focused really heavily in that last fight, it is Masu carrying the brunt of the DPS output. Exhaust was also used on Quad, and Masu had good follow-up there. The second carry. Plus, with Otacon plus the Dragon here, now FlyQuest can kind of transition into the mid game that they envisioned, get their 4-1 split push going, or they're honestly they're 1-3-1 at this point. With Azir having flash and teleport, Quad is very, very safe in side lanes, and Whipple is just so tanky. It takes so long to do anything about it that they can do 1-3-1 pretty easily. So TSW, see if they can sneak in and try and attack one of the 3 lanes, one of the 3 prongs of this FlyQuest attack.
It's make it difficult though, doesn't it? Because you already talked about Quad's survivability or his safety. Masu's the same. I mean, this Corki pick disappeared for a little bit, but there is just so much survivability yourself with Valkyrie up and available. Hard to gank when that flash you also mentioned in the previous fight is now back up again. So Masu has been farming here, quite isolated. And FlyQuest now grouping up because topside seems to be the go, getting a deep invade and getting some deep vision. But Masu, almost 3 items too. I feel like if a play set up on him, he is taking someone down. This aggression has netted him benefits. Outside of the Raptor wall, everything else has been clean.
Yeah. All right. Well, with Rylai's too, the extra CC, there's just so much CC on FlyQuest. Makes it fairly hard for TSW to get onto either of those carries. You already mentioned with Flash and their own peel, it's going to be hard. But the rest of it here is going to... I mean, Whipple's just straight walking through the brush, forcing people off the map at the moment. Teleport comes in. Here we go. This is going to be another attempt.
It's on a ward, though, so Bwipo knows to reposition. Quad's just going to send it back. Hero can isolate a target, but his team's not there. Quad will jump in first, waiting for the shuffle, and there it is, the knock-up. No ult used! Hero was waiting to buy his time, and FlyQuest just didn't give him the clock.
Honestly, I feel bad for him. Just gets pummeled there on arrival, and TSW now, they're honestly not going to have very many options open to them. FlyQuest, the steamroller in this game.
TSW looking to see how they can defend even further. Taki finds an angle. There's the quickness onto Masu, but there's help. There's help here. Again, how hard is it to kill the Corki between worlds from Dire? There's great burst damage. No follow-up. Again, Team Secret Whales grasping at straws as Quad just moves up to yet another turret and does a bit of damage.
Yeah. Taki wanted to dance with Masu, but he didn't want to dance. You know, he's able to get out there, avoid the engage for a long time, even with ult and flash used. And so maybe after the game, they'll get the dancing TikTok.
I don't know. Did Busio say he was going to dance if he won? He said dance or flex, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't want to answer. He seemed to...
It's a 50-50, yeah.
He pleaded the fifth on that one.
Okay. You know, as an Australian, I had to Google what that was, Kobe.
Yeah, it's just another way of saying didn't answer.
Yeah.
Maybe I should know that. Whipple up here, though, has several attackers.
Yeah, but did you see the damage? And where is the damage on him? Okay,
it's coming
now. 3 members. Hero decides, let's go into the death realm. Whippo is surviving for now, and I might be wrong about that because I think he came out a while. It's hard to see with Mordekaiser, but a shutdown nevertheless as Whippo takes 20 seconds to die.
Okay. That's a kill. What can they work with? Baron's on the table here. Let's get some action.
40 seconds until Bwipo can TP back in. Maybe it leads to something, but again, FlyQuest, a 4,000 gold ahead. Even in a 4v5, how confident are the Whales as his toe gets deep wards, thinks of an angle.
Yeah, they want the objective bounty on the tower. I think that's a good call, trying to objective bounty.
They know. Onto Dire, headbutt pulverized. Busio again. What an angle found from this support. No wonder the biceps are so big. This guy's working hard.
Yep. Meanwhile, they do get the objective bounty for TSW, trying to get something back for themselves, but FlyQuest. Quad and Masu too strong here in the mid lane, especially the Azir. I mean, you could kind of consider Arm Guard the third item, so it's basically a 3-item Azir.
Can be game defining.
Oh man, they should be able to retreat to their Dragon setup here, as long as FlyQuest keeps some sort of vision on Baron for the desperate Baron possible play. Then the Dragon should be pretty easy pickings. Masu and Inspire taking care of that one as we speak.
Just denying again that third Dragon that long ago Team Secret Whales were setting up for. Seems like it's going to be a possibility anytime soon. Double for Fly. And back towards the top lane, which Bwipo has really been safeguarding up here. Making sure Team Secret Whales, again, don't get any more vision control than outside of that one ward right now in front. Bwipo stops Taki in the base, and FlyQuest, as you said, moving to 3 items. The zone is just complete. Now, simply we saw the Seekers, now it's fully upgraded. Collector third here for Masu as well. And Whippo, I am worried about him dying when there's less than 3 members. There's Supreme Display. Okay, Histo wants a way out, has to flash. Inspired uses a Cyclone, but the flash down is a big tool.
Certainly is. I mean, pretty much all of the members, even the Mordekaiser, look squishy. So every member on TSW needs, like, they need their mobility, right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, yeah.
every flash really is critical, especially for Kiana, because you want those super quick engage plays to try and make something happen. But with Zhonya's on quad, which we already talked about, the arm guard, and you know, Masu having barrier plus all the escape tools, it's just, honestly, looks so hard for TSW to execute this this team versus FlyQuest. We'll see though. Busio moves over back to Baron to try and clear this out, and FlyQuest could send you know, Whippo kind of deep here. They have quad on bottom side, even without teleports. They can just keep on split pushing, continuing to funnel more money
Masu
into him.
He's all right. Face checking a little bit safer, especially when you have that flash barrier up and available, and also Busio nearby, but just keep sending Phosphorus Bomb, seeing what's there. FlyQuest just need to clear this vision and put Team Secret Whales into a chokehold, blow some of those TPs, and this is very controlled gameplay. I gotta say, this is quite impressive, Kobe, because not succumbing to Team Secret Whales, I think, was on my bingo card for, like, teams to beat this LCP second seed, because when they beat PSG, when they beat GAM, they just succumb. They want to fight. You know, they get bored of League, and they're like, we're going to fight, like FlyQuest did a little bit earlier. But so far, it's been controlled since then. They're holding this gold lead. They've got the scaling, and these side lanes are just under constant fire. Minions being denied left, right, and center again.
All right, next fight is going to be a truly explosive one and could just break the game, because FlyQuest with a large gold lead, if they win the fight next, like, Baron is just taken and then they get to destroy your base.
Yeah.
So TSW, they can kind of feel the tension here, trying to move in, get some vision, get some avenue to approach. Whippo on the Scion just has to be the front line, the brick wall here, marking the entryway from TSW. Masu and Busio are ready.
It's a good engage, and it's a bait. They pull off of the Baron as well. Tucky half HP. Whippo with the engage. Sets up in the choke. Dyer is the only one here for TSW. A sent away again. The Supreme Display ain't that much as Tucky finds himself the quickness. He wants to dance, but Fly just don't want her as Eddie. He managed to kite this one back, and it's the best fight so far as Hero. Meanwhile, outside the Baron pit, almost kills Inspired, but coming out of the realm, there's Masu waiting as he flashes over as well. Whippo will finish the job. It's a triple for Masu, but he's Penta a bit out of reach as Eddie tries to find him in the backline. Stepping up, Masu gets a Quadra, and Dyer, the Penta, has run away as FlyQuest style in a breach of a fight.
Yeah, I got a little worried when Quad kind of face planted Azir right into the middle and got hit with the Kiana ultimate, but on the kite out, FlyQuest, they get the return kills and they still get the Baron. Hysterics.
Man, I tell you what, this tank unkillable, so annoying to deal with, and FlyQuest just send it in.
They do. Whippo first on the entry, and then Inspired goes top to fight the Mordekaiser, and Quad goes straight into the middle, into the double carries, and gets hit by the Kiana ulti, putting him in a very vulnerable position. Then when you get the shutdown, and Eddie's able to pick up that kill, they start to chase you out. It's Busio again, who just gets this set up for Masu, locking up the Mordekaiser. Masu gets the burst kill, flashes over to safety, and then there's nothing you can do about Whippo. The Scion is too tanky. He locks them up, and Masu's able to collect the Quadra.
Eddie's frustration there, trying to get to the backline, at least trade off some better kills, but in the end, that fight launches FlyQuest to 8,000.
And in the beginning of the game, we're talking about the young players on TSW. You know, Hitso and Dyer, the two youngest at the entire tournament. But in North America, you know, this duo of Masu and Busio has been so hyped. It's been one of the keys to success for FlyQuest. They paired their veterans of Inspired and Whippo with this young North American bottom lane. And Masu and Busio are absolutely, they've been outstanding here with a lot of these Busio plays, you know, starting out the play, but Masu as well here. With the confidence on the Corki, especially like the 3v5 in mid lane.
I mean, I love
definitely
that,
fun to watch.
I love that flair that's like send it, you know, like the Jackie Love style, right? Sometimes it can look bad, but sometimes it looks exceptional. It's that confidence here as Taki's going to TP down to bot. I think this is a flank waiting to happen. The last hurrah. But Team Secret Wales to avoid going down
Double
to that 1 and 2. It's a great ulti from Hisu. It's a claw of destruction that sets down Mastu. It's a pick. It's great, but FlyQuest, they've still got quad alive. And his hero's going to come out of that death realm with Busio running for his life. There's a turret there now standing new heaven here for FlyQuest to sit under it in the sun and land on another kill.
And FlyQuest will collect the rest of the game. They take down 4 of the 5 whales, and they're coming for the Nexus next.
For FlyQuest, it would be a big win, and it will certainly be for the NA faithful. You're looking at this team, and big expectations are met here today. With 11,000 gold in the bank, FlyQuest will hit the Nexus, and the whales weren't enough to crush the mighty Fly.
FlyQuest, they were having fun in that one. Looking fairly relaxed on stage. Congratulations on the victory there. 2 wins now. 1 more step for them to try and move on to quarterfinals. We will eagerly await that draw.
And they get 2 chances. The best thing about getting to 2 and 1 is you get 2 chances at a best of 3. So if you get a harder opponent for the first one, then at that 2 and 2, you get 1 final chance to progress through. But FlyQuest, a really good showing, a really good level up as well. They didn't succumb to this chaos that is Team Secret Wales. And as you said, that bottom lane is exceptional. As we'll go to a short break and then return here for match 2 of Gen.G versus T1 right after this.
They have a full vision on the Drake in the pit here.
Archon's getting fucked completely.
Come on, still vision.
I'm holding this guy, okay? Just poke him in front. He can't kill me, he can't kill me, he cannot kill me. He wasted his ult. He's gonna sit here and he's gonna spawn here, okay?
From the right side, okay?
I'm gonna turn on my Q. Okay, never mind. I'm fine. I'm gonna Aurora here.
Cannon ult.
We're fighting.
Whoa, Aurora.
Kai'Sa, okay, Kai'Sa.
Cannon ult. Compound 4.
Big Q here. Yeah, no flash Kai'Sa, no flash Kai'Sa, no flash Kai'Sa.
Compound 2.
Yeah, we go in. Kai'Sa, no flash. That's it for me.
Xin chào mọi người, em là Đi đến từ team Secret Wales. Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Hero đến từ team Secret Wales. Nếu mà gặp mấy đội các phương Tây thì em muốn gặp V2, em sẽ muốn bấm V2 nhất. Nếu mà gặp cái phương Tây và EU thì em nghĩ là cái đội đó sẽ là cái thủ mệnh của tụi em. Hello， 大家，我是 CFO Dogo， 放马过来吧。
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings. So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming browser. Download Opera GX.
We all become memories. And while we're here, lions in wait. I'll wait for you to come out from the darkness. Give to you, for you to take. We all count our victories, but our scars show we survive. Wait for you to make sense of the darkness. Only you, the hands of the bride.
Welcome back to Worlds and welcome Busio to the Verizon post-game interview. Of course, you can see Masu being interviewed on stage. But Busio, we're so happy to have you here, man. We were big upping you across so many of these. You were a demon in the early game. I think you were the favorites to win, but did it go to expectation? Did the game play out how you thought it would?
I would say so. I thought we were playing pretty well, and we had pretty good tactics in the swap situation. So, yeah, I would say it went as expected.
Did you guys get bored? That Raptor fight, are we going to talk about it, Busio?
I mean, we got to go. Like, their ADC's in my face, and I make Q flash W into my team angle. I got to go, even though it's like 3v5. We got to go.
It was 3v5, yeah.
Yeah.
But then did Masu need to flash into the Raptor pit?
We'll see in review, but I respect it. I respect it.
Okay.
I mean, when you kill a champ, it gives you gold, so like fair enough.
I mean, that's true. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
But like, it was a slower early game than because we expected Team Secret to come in and be like hyper aggressive. We thought they'd be super violent. Do you feel like you stopped them from that aggression, or do you just feel like they were playing a little slow today?
I don't really think their comp let them be too violent pre-6.
That's fair.
And then I think we just chose our fights well, and then we fought well. You know, we targeted the right champs, so there wasn't much they could do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we look back at your early game, it felt like you were really active on the map pretty early on. Seemed like you guys were comfortable in the swap as well. Was there anything special that you really tried to do in this game as the Alistar? We were kind of surprised to see you pick it so early, but it definitely is a pick that worked out for you.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to do something in particular. You know, the opportunities kind of just presented themselves. Like I had a mid-roam, and then the fight in the river, top river early was very easy, but yeah, I don't think I did anything crazy.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen Team Secret Wales a lot domestically. Teams have kind of tried to avoid fighting them a lot. We saw you guys like give up the grubs, but then up for the fight, and after that was the comms, so like give them space, but you saw a window after that.
Yeah, I mean, we used a 0 ult to kill the Aurora mid on my roam, so we didn't have the best situation for grubs. And then in addition, I think the Mordekaiser moved all the way up. So, you know, you get the grubs, but Mord moved up, so we're going to gain something elsewhere. And then with the tempo we gained from that, we got a good fight later. So, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, we had the 20-minute fight as well. We don't have to break it down in super big detail, but that was kind of the moment where we're like, is there a comeback opportunity? No, FlyQuest just won a 4v5. It really seems like there's probably nothing left. We can highlight it here. But I am curious because the secondary battle that you were interviewed about earlier today, dancing, thirst traps. What are we getting? What are the FlyQuest fans? What are the people of the world getting after a win this dominant?
Whew. I'm not sure. You know, I normally do thirst traps, but like I can't just be doing the same thing all the time. But I'm absolutely horrible at dancing, so I feel like I need coaching, and then I can do some dancing videos.
You could combine the two. You could do some sort of like flex dance, which would then impose both dominance while also showcasing the moves both on and off the Rift.
Okay. Can you coach me on that?
Dracos, can you coach us on that?
We can hit it up for sure.
Okay.
I'm too old to know Fortnite dances, but we'll figure something out, brother. We'll find it out.
Aren't we too old for Fortnite dances?
Yes, 100%. But whatever. We'll figure it. By our powers combined, we can find Shocks, who will be here eventually, and then she will teach you.
Okay.
You just have to keep winning, brother. It's that simple.
I'm also wondering, because you posted that picture of you flexing in the elevator and said you were just in the elevator with Faker. Were you flexing while he was in the elevator?
No.
Okay, because we were wondering, you know, you trying to have an aura off against the GOAT?
Sometimes you got to be willing to intimidate. Now, I do want to talk about T1 and Gen G as our next matchup, so we're going to go through this with you here and now. You guys obviously had the pleasure or displeasure of playing against T1. And I first want to talk about a little bit about Owner. The read, Vetty, that you had was kind of, T1 really does feel like they live or die by Owner. What's your opinion on that take, having played against them?
He's definitely making a lot of space, but I think T1's just 5 elite players. They all have that playmaker in them, I would say. And in our match, I just think we weren't very warm, so it was quite one-sided. But I bet if we have a rematch against them, it'll go much better.
Oh, that's interesting, because the thing for me is that Owner, especially when we think about the year for T1, has been so instrumental in both when they've been struggling. You were talking a lot about how in their regular season, even in their bad games, he was the guy that was saving them.
Yeah.
And then it just feels like that he's that driving force, as you're saying. So I'm curious as to, does it feel like the pressure is different when you're playing against that Owner carrier combo?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. They're like some of the best players in the world. Even just like the way they fought in our game. Like I was playing Nico, I walked up to the Wukong and I got completely owned. And then we just lost the game. I'm like, yeah, I got outplayed. That's my bad, you know?
Look, it happens to the best of us. I do want to talk to you a bit about the support matchup. Ox, you found this out as well. Of course, we saw Esports World Cup. You guys were able to play against Gen G. You've now played against Carrier. What's your impression about these two players, the kind of the things that make them unique? Is there any player that you like more in terms of what they're bringing to the table or like how they play more?
What were the two players?
Carrier and Duro.
Oh, okay.
Support matchup.
Yeah, I would say Carrier's more of a playmaker and he gets a little bit more creative. But then sometimes the downside to that is like his play doesn't work out. While Duro generally does the standard thing and doesn't make mistakes and plays very well, but he's a bit less of a space maker, playmaker, but they're both equally clean mechanically. Like laning against them, they have top tier mechanics on range supports, melee supports. So I would say they're similar, but just Carrier's more of a playmaker while Duro's does the standard thing perfectly.
Having played against Carrier's Bard and being obviously a great Bard player yourself, was there anything he was doing, any things he did that kind of caught you off guard or really impressed you?
I mean, I would just say he's just playing the champ
playing it really well,
limit.
Yeah.
Is there something specific? I mean, he does a lot of like cross-map ults to save his teammates and buy time, you know? So, you know, when he's walking around, he's always looking everywhere, going for like long-range ults, and the ult travel time is quite long when it's at a great distance, so that's a good one he does.
But I am curious, given that this is a best of one, which we don't get to see very often between these two teams, but if you were preparing for both of them, thinking about either as a fan or as a player, when you think about these two matchups, where would you be thinking is the most important role and the things that you'd be the most cautious of for both sides?
For Gen G, like facing Gen G, if Chovy's having a good game, they have a very simple game plan, you know? He's pushing, owning, just developing an advantage just naturally without anything really happening. So if you put a stop to that, you have a pretty good chance of having a competitive game. And then for T1, I would say they're very like snappy with how they fight and engage. So Gen G should be focused on making sure they're not overly taking space when they can't and making sure they're always aware of where their teammates are on the map and not giving T1 pick opportunities.
For you personally, if you were to go to knockouts and you were to draw into either of these teams, which do you think your team would match into better?
I would say T1, because Gen.G this year has, like, on average, been a stronger team. But we have faced Gen.G many times, and, like, each time is getting closer and closer. So I'd like to face them and hopefully beat them eventually. You know, we're due. So, like, surely this time we got them.
You're so due.
Either way, you are due. For the sake of the West, I will say I'm open to see it as well. What is your prediction for today, though? It's a best of one. Obviously, it could go either way, but do you have any strong predictions? Is the world's magic there for T1 yet?
In a best of one? In, like, a best of 5, I would say Gen.G, but in a best of 1, I can see T1 winning, you know. Just having 1 or 2 good plays and snowballing that hard can win, so I'm going to give it to T1.
I completely agree. T1 only ever lose a single game in the Swiss group stage, and they've already lost it.
I love that.
I don't think it's possible for them to lose
History,
again.
narrative, statistics. Ox?
I think Gen.G are going to lock in.
Okay, maybe the voice of reason, perhaps. That's enough from us here at the desk. Thank you again, Busio, for joining us, and congrats on the win. Over to you guys for this historic matchup. We've seen it a ton. Let's look at it one more time.
Yeah, let's look at a rare format, a best of 1 between Gen.G and T1. Not seldom seen, as myself and Kobe are going to take you through it. It's a shame we only get 1, but I mean, we have had many, so many times before.
See, this is a different flavor
it
from
is
the
really
usual.
Different.
Bye, Busio.
Bye, Busio. You are due for a Gen.G win.
Don't let T1 have Bard next time.
Good advice. Very good
I don't
advice.
think Gen.G will.
No.
That's one thing you can predict for this pick and ban, because these two teams know each other so incredibly well. Definitely looking forward to it. Of course, there are legends on both sides, and we have the current reigning world champions versus the current reigning MSI champions.
True. International superstars. Gen.G, of course, dominant throughout the year, apart from the ability to go to first stand, which Humble Life won. But best of ones you can see, not often do we see them first. 1. It counts as series. I love it. Series 1. Or games 1.
Are T1 going to be able to answer back in the best of 1 category that we have here between these two juggernauts?
Credibility on the line, you know? In a best of 1, it's crazy. And let's not forget as well, it is just crazy that we are talking about T1 and Gen.G both in the 1-1 category. Like, to get here, T1 lost to CFO, which right now in the tournament are the biggest dark horses you cannot deny. They, of course, beat FlyQuest, but for Gen.G, they lost to AL, who recently also advanced out of the stage, and beating PSG, yeah, that's decisive, but now it's the biggest question of, like, who's going to move to 2-1 between these two, who have a historic matchup between them, and who right now are the most exciting, most entertaining, one of the most historic, again, matchups in the LCK.
Yeah, and T1, so much success at Worlds. Gen.G, they found their success at MSI, but they really have been chasing, Faker, especially Chovy here, looking for that World Championship. So this, of course, is very early on, just a single best of 1 still in the Swiss stage. So not going to have the end effect that they're looking for quite yet, but is a very tantalizing appetizer towards what very well could be two teams that could end up in finals.
I mean, could be, right? Of course, they're going to climb their way out because the loser of this is going to be in elimination point. And just imagine you're a 1-2 team, right? You're trying to find your way out, not be 1-3, not get eliminated from Worlds, and you have to fight either Gen.G or T1 in a best of 3.
Yeah.
That is very scary. Like, that sucks for whoever that is. And again, after watching Team Secret Wales, they're going to be like, oh, I hope it's not me.
I hope that it's just a restart and they don't have to do a whole new computer.
We got a PC issue, do we?
Yeah.
Well, Kobe.
Slight delay.
Yeah, maybe it gives you time to tell me what you're kind of excited for in picks, because I was looking through things like the Ambessa priority, the Caitlyn prio. Is there anything that stands out to you that you're like, oh, this is going to be the pick of this best of 1?
I mean, we're probably looking at something like Rise or something, early pick for blue side. That's been super popular.
Yep.
Very good for both. It just works in a lot of team comps. You know, maybe we get one of these, the Gen G like special team comps. Those are always fun where they have just like a bunch of bruisers and one carry, and then they still just make it work.
Yeah.
Because Ruler, if you're gonna have, well, you know, one person on a damage carry, Ruler's a pretty dang good carry to stick on that on that champion. Meanwhile, maybe I just hope for one of these explosive T1 comps that they use, where they just go full attack mode, something where we get Owner to really shine through again. But we'll see. You know, best of ones, the drafting is so much different because you're not even thinking about, oh, this pick is going to block out the champion for the rest of the series. So you can, you can just go straight up down the tier list. So it gives a nice kind of different little insight into the team's focus.
If you are just joining us, we are just waiting for a tech issue on stage. We're going to be working that out shortly. Any updates, I will be in your ear personally, telling you what's up. But for now, coaches are starting to talk. I see.
Oh yeah?
I know. I was just going to say, I see Kim telling me a little bit about draft.
How good is your Korean?
I know it's going to be not good.
Not great?
I realize I'm like, oh, I try and read lips, but I don't speak Korean. That's probably the next problem, and I can't read lips very well.
I know 물 주세요.
Oh, what's that mean?
I probably butchered it, but I'm pretty sure that just means, can I have some water? Because I use that at restaurants.
The important stuff.
무 is water.
I know 안녕하세요.
Yeah, that's good.
That's hello. And I know 사랑해, which is apparently I love you, or love, a formal way of saying love. The important stuff, you know?
True. Water and love, so we can survive.
That's right.
That's all you need to survive.
That's all you need in life. I used to say.
And a little bit of food.
Well, I used to say in the restaurant that would get me the food. You know?
Yeah, true.
They'd be very happy that I was like, because I didn't know how to say thank you. And no, I do know how to say thank you. I didn't know how to say food. So I said love instead, and love equals food. You're very wise, Kobe. I understand now why.
I like how your story turned into me being wise.
No,
yes,
but
true.
You're right. That's why I always got the food.
You're correct though. Yeah.
I see, guys. I am correct. That's crazy.
I think calling someone wise is like a really nice way of calling them old.
No, it's not. But you're not that much older than me, aren't you? Can I ask how old you are on broadcast? Will you tell me
may not.
No, okay. I'll just tell you I'm 30, and we can leave it at that.
Nice.
Okay, I think you're around my age, or younger.
Oh, we're the same.
Yeah, there we go. That's fine. That's fine.
Almost as many years as T1 has been playing Gen G.
30 years.
I think that we have gotten possibly past the tech issue. So we get to jump into the next chapter of T1 versus Gen G. You know, this is only the second best of one that they have played in the long history of competition between these two teams, which does lend an extra little bit of excitement.
It does.
And so we will jump into the picks and bans, and you know, you're talking about the picks and bans, and our first prophecy, as FlyQuest just finished competing, is that Gen G will ban the Bard versus Keria. That is probably all that we know for sure. But a lot of teams like did ban even more champs against Keria. He has a lot, but like Poppy and Nico and okay, well they got two of the three. They got the Bard and the Nico. Poppy's still available, has been a favorite for him. They banned the Kiana instead, which the LPL teams have shown us is dangerous.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's like one of the best junglers of the tournament. Yeah, even the pick ban's getting excited for Gen G T1. Now, we did see a Bard and a Nico banned away as we looked to fix that. And on the other side, it was Galio, Yunara, and Azir. So Azir is taken away again here in this best of one, which leaves what that Rise you were talking about could be a potential B1.
Yeah, Rise and Orianna both up. Rise and Orianna. The other, like, okay, they don't have to go further down the tier list. Just the Orianna early. Okay, so let me say though, Faker had a pretty good Akali already at the tournament, and that was fun to watch. But we might get some more standard stuff. All right, early Aurora flex pick. But Aurora Wukong, we just saw, or we didn't just see it, but on opposite sides. It is still a very good combination to work together. Of course, really good dive, really good pincer movement from these two. My personal favorite jungle at the moment is the Wukong, and so getting Owner, one of these primary picks, is huge. He has just been so, you know, big through this split for T1, even though he's had a couple of speed bumps here at the tournament so far. He did run into little bit of a speed bump. Canyon, though, answer with the Xin immediately.
Yeah, so good pairing on the other side at least. Get what you can. Now the biggest question is it going to be something like the Rumble for top? Because the partnership with Orianna, with Xin Zhao, or Wukong in certain cases, has been so good. But Sion has as well. And for Keen, seeing him on tanks already, it's been his Keen Sante, it's been the Ambessa.
Yeah, Sion lock-in would be good, you know, get that really valuable front line. Sion is just an insane champ right now, and provides a lot of value with the possibilities of lane swaps especially.
True.
And lane swaps being so prevalent, this always gives you more options. Yeah, Ambessa, Rumble, those types of things, always pretty happy to pick into it. And so we do get Doran Ambessa. This has been one of the champions that he has been able to actually carry games on. So let's see as we progress. It's going to be T1 themselves banning out the Xayah because they're the ones running the dive comp.
Yep.
And so they want to remove the easy safety from Ruler.
Maybe then we start questioning things like Ezreal, but when you see Sion on the other side, that might fall out of the wayside again. We've had problems with seeing Ezreals into hard tanks, but remember things like the Caitlyn's still up available, no longer. Gen G going to ban that away first. And the 80 carry pool getting real slim real fast.
Yeah, Guma definitely renowned. Caitlyn, he also pulled out the Ashe. They got the Ashe buffs on the patch and is pretty good if an opponent tries to lane swap on you. Ashe also, the kiting, very, very effective. So let's see here. Genji gonna whittle a little bit further down on that pool as well. Ruler's Lucian taken out for the mid game.
Are we gonna start talking about Corki again? Because I'm thinking about mobile 80 carries for Guma. Away from things like Xin, from Orianna, from this lockdown front to back that's building.
Yeah, and they are looking with a dive comp, so things that will help a dive comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sivir or Kai'Sa type stuff, but Guma is just not a Kai'Sa player, so you don't have to worry about that versus him. Don't have to drop any resources there, and so they ban the Sivir instead.
So as I go through, it's only been the Xayah, the Caitlyn so far, at least in the Swiss stage here for T1. We're about to find out now. It could also be an early support. We've run out of time.
I mean, Jhin is something you always think about with Guma. That is like something that can play with dive comps because you stand further back and you can land long range. But your Jhin versus a Sion just means that you just never get to kill that Sion. So they do, like, eventually you're going to have to kill the Sion somehow. And so they kind of got to cover those bases there. I believe at least this computer just, the lobby just crashed.
Oh no.
So we will be on a cliffhanger.
What's the 80 carry?
For the rest of the draft.
We will not know. I mean, there's 4 80 carry bans in that second phase, plus the Yunara. So it is nice that, again, we are just throwing kind of Hail Marys out into that position. And as we try and work on getting that lobby back up, we'll keep you updated as usual. I mean, this is like, you know, this is one of the matchups people are filing up for. Kobe, I don't know if you look behind you, but this morning it was, you know, semi-full for the arena, and now there are a lot more people here for Gen G T1. That's
wow.
what you do. You sell tickets for Gen G T1.
I, for one, am shocked.
Yeah,
there are more people
it's a mystery.
Coming to see T1 play than to watch
like AL or something. I mean, it is crazy.
Well, that FlyQuest TSW.
Well, okay, I was going to say, but like in comparison, LPL fans, of course, you know, here in China, there's so many, but the Korean fans as well have been exceptional. Like the appearance has been amazing. So
certainly have.
Big shout out. And you have had, I have seen some FlyQuest fans around with jerseys. I've seen people make big trips themselves, because that's a big journey from the States, right? What, 16, 14 hours?
It took me, I had some extra issues, but it took me 36 hours.
What? What do you mean 36? Where'd you go?
Well, I had a layover, and then there were some complications.
Oh, no.
That we won't go into.
No, fair enough. I thought you came to Berlin or something, you dropped by, then you went down to Italy, and then you went up and around and came over to China.
They were.
That's 36 hours, bro.
They were not my. Well,
okay, fair enough. There is a tech pause, as you can see.
Get in the zone.
No.
So, Hysterics, how do you keep focus? Or do you keep focus when you're faced with a pause? How do you calm down? Do you meditate?
I am not the person to ask. I've never calmed down in my life. How do I keep focus? I lose focus. A lot of people have heard me before will know I lose focus a lot. That is some of the problems. Sometimes it's hard to say, you know, like sometimes I'm in a game, I'm seeing a fight happen, and there'll be a lull time, and I'll think, man, did I buy groceries for my pregnant wife before I left? And oh, she's run out of eggs. I hope she gets some eggs. You know, that's where I go.
You should like do a delivery app, send them over.
No, we did before I left. I made sure. That's right. That's a good reminder. Actually, I did. I actually opened up the app and helped her because they can do deliveries. Because like in Australia, they do that as well. You know, with Woolies, and it's good. It's really good.
Woolies.
Yeah, Woolies. Well, worse, but.
Oh, that's the name of an app.
Yeah, but Woolies is the thing. You don't need to hear from me. Kobe opened me up from this one, but I'm so sorry. We're going to hand it back to the desk while we resolve this tech issue.
Thank you, Asterix. We were looking forward to hearing from Kobe, but unfortunately you were just yapping too much about whatever the hell a Woolies is. Of course, it is a technical issue. Our competitive operations team is actively investigating the issue, and we'll keep you updated as we have more information. In the meantime, you get to come back to the desk with us. We just said goodbye to Busio. We heard from them all about the history of the matchup, and we're wondering what that next pick in the draft is going to be.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a Kai'Sa. Like on paper, that's to me what it looked like.
The thing is, you know, Kai'Sa is something that Guma did play during playoffs for T1, but didn't go too successfully. I think he played pretty well in it. I felt like the team didn't really operate around it well, and it's something that over Guma's career hasn't been the most successful pick for the team.
Right.
Even though it's something he's been practicing, he's been playing well on. So that is the question. Will they bring it out? They could obviously pick up the Corki, which I feel like was the pick that Gen G were leaning towards. It was Ruler's most played during summer, so they could kind of take that as a bit of a denial. I don't think it's a good Jhin game, even though obviously...
I did think about the Jhin as well.
But into like the Sion and the Xin Zhao felt a bit uncomfortable, so... A lot of AD carries banned, really thin in the pool.
Yeah, it was quite interesting when we started seeing T1 ban out that pool, and then Genji's like, all right, bet. Let's go down this pool and see how deep it goes. They still had the Corki open, Zeri open, Kai'Sa, Jhin. So I feel like that the options are still aplenty. If you really want to get deep, things like Tristana are also available as well. Not that I really expect that to be that high on the list. But yeah, you can see on your screen some of the early picks that we have already seen from both the teams. And assuming that the draft doesn't change for any reason, the Aurora champion that's been rising, I mean, we already saw it in game 1 today. I'm a little surprised to be seeing it often used as an answer into the Orianna, because the thing about Aurora is her range is not the longest. She's usually good into things like Rise. She's pretty good at punishing those relatively short-range mages, but like into Orianna, who can outpoke her, outtrade her, outbully her, also offers that huge team fight value. I'm kind of surprised to see people leverage this Aurora pick, but it seems to be just something that a lot of teams really value in the Worlds meta.
Yeah, do you think the changes they did to Orianna before coming in the Worlds patch has helped? Even though she's still super high prio, still super strong, the W changes, I think, has made the matchup a little bit more bearable.
My big question is actually about one of the bans that we saw. And we were discussing it briefly, Ox, before we came back due to the technical issue. And again, we'll keep you updated as we have more information. But the Qiyana being banned away, something we know LPL junglers for. You ban it against an LPL jungler, it's like, makes sense. You ban it against anyone else, it starts to raise question marks. And this is no disrespect to Korean junglers, just hasn't had the same success or same presence. So is Qiyana rising? Is this a pick that we always need to be considering when it comes to drafts as we move forward in Worlds?
Well, we definitely know that it must have been doing well at scrims because it was being picked repeatedly in the LCK despite being a 0% win rate and just not working out. And I think we've seen the pick have value. LPL shown that both domestically and at this tournament. And I think it's clear that it's working in scrims, and it's just the LCK teams. And especially what was surprising is like players like Canyon, who historically have been so good in the Qiyana, were struggling to make that impact on stage. So I think clearly the pick has worked for the LCK teams in scrims, and it's just, you know, obviously something that they're respecting, even if we haven't seen it on stage work for them yet.
I mean, I will say that the anticipation, the tension is palpable, I should say. I'm very excited to see these two teams hit the Rift.
A rare matchup, you know. Don't see this one that often. It's so uncommon.
In a best of one format, we've only ever had it once before.
And honestly, if it wasn't for Worlds, where would I get to see matchups like G2 MKOI, Fnatic MKOI, Gen G T1?
FlyQuest VKS.
FlyQuest VKS. Because the thing that I've learned is that if something's good, you always want more of it. There's no such thing as too much.
I was going to say the good news about this is that they then can't meet in elimination, but we do have an EU elimination tomorrow. But for the rest of the teams, it means that they can't rematch in any potential elimination match.
That's true, that's true.
And it is important to remind people that we are, of course, in the 1-1 group right now. The winner of this will move naturally to the 2-1 group to join. Right now, I think it's FlyQuest, Top Esports, and CFO.
It is, yes.
So there's a lot of strong competitors up there. But of course, for FlyQuest, in the event that T1 wins, they can't rematch because they've already met once before.
So I guess they would kind of want T1 to go up there so they can avoid them.
It would be advantage.
But then it's also dangerous because if they do lose that match and they go to the 2-2 spot and Gen.G come back up, then they obviously can play Gen.G, whereas if T1 took that route, they wouldn't be able to. There's a lot of things to think about.
We also know that Busio got beef with Gen.G. He wants his opportunity to get a bit of revenge and finally beat him.
I mean, they've been close.
They certainly have.
Best of 3, good place to do it. You don't have to go all the way to Game 5 and really test the depths of like the Whippo champion pool, because I know what's down there. It's weird. It doesn't always work. So 3 games seems like a decent spot to be. Of course, pick ban here. Champion select is going to be restarting with the same picks up to the point of the hardware issue.
So no changes, fortunately.
So no changes. It seems likely that we will return to pick 4, as we had already seen all 5 bans for both sides, but certainly at the very least, all 3 of the initial bans for each side and all 3 of the initial champions.
I do like that the drafts are going, I mean, we've seen this matchup many times before, so it shouldn't really come as a surprise. But I like the fact that Busio was talking a little bit earlier. Oh, I don't need to yap anymore. The Cats can take it back.
Jake, Kobe, take it away. Your turn to yap.
Woohoo! All right. So we get back into the controversial draft here.
Controversial.
I mean, yeah, the Faker Aurora. We'll see though. Okay, so we catch back up. All the 80 carry bands come right back through. All right, what is it going to be, Guma here? Because I assume they're going to say, okay, so they slam the Kaisa.
Okay.
Here we go. This one for the long history. You know, has been one of the champions that Guma has been, you know, trying to add to the roster. Ox, as Ox is saying, recently did add, and here we go. They're going to go with the full dive comp and display it on the world's stage.
You get Corky on the other side. This was also discussed as well. It felt like the best 80 carry left in the pool outside of the Kai'Sa question mark. Poppy locked into the Kai'Sa. Are T1 going to lock the Alistar anyway?
Instantly.
A lot of dash going into that set, Poppy.
Certainly is. I like how quickly we finished the picks and pans.
They just want to get in the game.
A lot of time to think this through and finish up those ones. I do like it from Gen.G. Honestly, I do favor the Gen.G draft here. I mean, even before the Corky and Poppy, but the Corky and Poppy also round it out super nicely. You get safety for Ruler, you get the Poppy steal away, deny it from Keria, also interrupt literally every champion on T1. This Duro Poppy value is gotta be like maximum Poppy value that you ever get. Plus, Gen.G have the mega tank of the patch, Sion here, the GOAT on the front line. So really do like this look from Gen.G. But T1, we got, you know, this dive comp, this spicy comp that you can look to try and create plays with here. So let's see if they can do it.
Single game, single best of 1. I mean, it's not what they're used to, but in the second time ever, T1 and Gen.G will head on to the Rift for about 30 to 40 minutes and then go home for the day. But the winner will move up into best of 3s. And while the loser will do the same, they will then be on elimination point for those said best of 3s. And what's crazy for all those teams down there is that they'll face up against either T1 or Gen.G to keep their dreams at Worlds alive. It is such a fun position for our tournament, considering that our 1-1 teams, 4 out of 6 of them in the total of today, have either a domestic championship or a world title of some sort. MSI for Gen.G, T1 defending world champions. They're about to head onto the Rift. Thank you for waiting with us. Your reward is now as we get onto Summoner's Rift.
Ruler Corky, 14-4. Career record on the champion.
Oh, damn. While Guma's Kaisa is 10-18. So for Guma today, let's find out if it's a redemption arc on this champion and how the learning is going for him as well. Now, standard lane so far, Kobe, we did talk about the potential with this Scion as great damage thanks to the shield from Keen. with the W start here. If there was going to be a lane swap, was my meaning, but it is pretty standard for the Sion. He's flexible either way. I think especially for Doran, he wants to be in this 1v1. We'll see.
Yeah, topside down start for both junglers to look to influence. And Brush Camp for Gen G, do they get any value here, any early burst?
Quite good.
Minute.
Yeah, very small. Buckler thrown out as well. Level 1 Alistar, classic as the rush for level 2 will begin. Jungler starting top.
Yeah, Kai'Sa and Alistar not super strong early on, obviously. And Keria is still going to try and go for the headbutt here, and they are going to give up a little bit of the brush control. T1 with the very close brush ward here on their side, but still going to have to cede the level 2 push. Quite probably, maybe not. Evened it out.
Yeah, matched in the end. Duro still just sending it into Guma. Shield denied, but still Guma stepping up to the wave. It seems harder and harder. Great block. There's that proppy interaction, and we're going to expect a lot of that. Barrier for barrier, and heal as well. Ruler outpaces the pulverize from Keria. And G&G come out slightly ahead, but Keria also has that triumphant roar that is going to help with some of the sustain.
Yeah, he has the extra sustain with both sides using their barriers and heals. The combat summoners invested in the trade down there. Speaking of the trade.
Nice sidestepping from Chobi, at least getting one out of the two. Half HP for both mid laners, as Keen's going to get a deep ward as we look at the picture-in-picture. Is that what we call this? Picture-in-picture.
True, I like that. It's everybody knows what you mean.
Tri-cam?
The tri-cam. I like the tri-lane cam.
Yeah, okay.
That's clean. You get to see who's pushing who. Junglers on bottom side as well. So the kind of scraps on bottom side are going to be meaningful, but nobody too low, even though we did get all the combat summoners used down there. So see if Xin and Wukong, as they finish up their last camps, can throw anything into it, but quite probably just going to be a bottom side Scuttle Crab there for Owner on the Wukong, and Canyon traversing up towards the other side to trade instead, as the T1 bottom lane has pushed back out.
So it's going to be a slower early game. We'll wait for these ultis, and around grubs usually. Seems to be quite a bit of contest in World so far. Keen with a good decimating smash onto Doran. He gets his grasp.
Yeah, and
his jungle a little bit.
Canyon's here.
All it takes is one flash in. Doran has to time this perfectly to get away. Decimating smash first, and there we go. Wind becomes lightning after the audacious charge. Canyon does some damage, and Doran down a flash.
Yeah, efficient stuff here from Canyon. You know, second respawns of camps are not coming up just quite yet, so he has plenty of time, get his recall off, go right back into his next clear. Doran, no flash off the top side and teleporting right back out. Keen also had a bunch of minions in front of tower to clean up, so Keen doing really well with the CS at the moment.
Didn't want to flash there in mid, was worried that Faker was going to send out the twofold hex with the mana he had left and look for the solo kill, but Chobi gets away. Teleport back in, Faker will probably do the same after he gets the push here, and both TPs will be down, as Faker maintains right now a small CS lead, but he's also pushing in the wave. As Chobi, you can see on the minimap, sends it back. We are looking at bot just simply because right now, Ruler and Duro are trying to send it, but Kuma and Keria holding to the back of their minion wave, playing as safe as they can for the disengage.
Yep, Doran trying to pass through here, see if he can get... oh, he didn't pull the wave really much there. He's going to cancel the recall then instead. But Keen is doing so well. This is one of the things about Keen. Like, he can play literally any type of top lane champion and plays it super well. So he goes back and he gets his Bramble Vest purchase on Sion. Really effective here versus the Grasp and Vesta. Meanwhile, bottom side.
Yeah, which, again, just playing a little bit frisky on the edge here.
They did see Canyon on that ward. That ward by Raptors saw him, so T1 know he's on the way.
Kerry's looking for the ward deep just to get that timing right as well. And Canyon backs off, though, from the Dry Brush. He's also got Krugs to take, and half the way to level 6. Canyon is trying to skyrocket match Owner here, who's also doing the same thing. Bottom side for the Gromp, and remember that Dragon has well and truly spawned, so T1 with getting a bit of a push here might think about their options of starting this beast.
All right, on Vision, I think that they should just be able to get it. Gen G play a little bit for the later game. So T1 finish this one up. Pushing in, Doran pushing in, or Keen pushing in Doran on the top side as well. So after top side Scuttle Crab, let's see what Canyon will do with his extra time.
Go for the invade on Raptors. Timing is close.
Yeah, probably get the ward just there.
Yeah.
Scuttle Crab first.
And go in. First Dragon of the game goes to T1. As Bot gets a push in here, but it is a cannon wave, so Ruler won't lose a thing.
Again, this Gen.G comp does scale quite nicely. Beefy Sion. We've seen Sion just have so much success at this tournament.
Such a good champ right now, hey?
Yeah, value of the front line has been huge. Teamfight's pretty straightforward.
His laning phase also, like who punishes it these days? You know, Doran picked this pick into it, but obviously we've been swapping around, but he has great wave clear, he's got a shield, and he has mobility because of his ult, plus a great engage tool on top of the one he already has. Also picked up a Bramble Vest here too, by the way, so early AD damage from this Ambessa. Guessing the Grasp healing ain't gonna be as good, but just the flat armor as well feels nice.
All right, Spellbook teleport here out for Duro to arrive a little bit ahead of Ruler, but they will match on the top side.
Every time. It's gonna be happening.
It is just such a good answer. The Poppy value in this game, as we said in Champion Select, it's just gonna be massive.
Yeah.
Every single champion on the T1 side can get interrupted, so Duro here could be a star for the team, and he has really turned out to be just such a magnificent pickup for Gen.G.
Yeah.
You know, this year, this lineup that just has so many stars on it. And then for Duro to also turn into such a huge star. Canyon, though, meets up with Chovy mid to defend the pink. Unable to do so.
Grubs in 1 second that have now just spawned. One of the support's big part to play. Glazing Duro, I think the whole year has just been glazing this guy who has looked like peak League of Legends support. As Carrier steps into the Hammer Shock. Half HP now. Gen.G have better health bars here for the top side. Ona does have the ulti available now, though, which is going to make a big difference. As Duro looks to face check, sees him in the brush, and Grubs start.
All right, Sion's heading up. You can look at the river here. So they're threatening the Keen ultimate, the Sion drive-by. Meanwhile, Doran is just pushing another wave. The ping comes through.
Ulti there, melee range. Keen won't get the decimating smash. Faker gets out there with the twofold hex, and or rather just the jump away. Now that that's there, Faker low on mana, so I think the message is still sent. Gen.G will, regardless, pick up 3 grubs.
And the price is that minion wave that Doran's able to push into the tower. Yeah, the entire thing here going to go into the dirt. So a little bit of a price there, but 3 grubs picked up for Gen.G to help with their turret plate efforts. Trying to mine some extra money here. Meanwhile, the expenditure of that Sion ultimate, not the biggest steal, but a little bit of a something there. Tiny cooldown.
Something to get back to lane. You know, on Desto talking a little bit about this matchup through mid, I mean, we are seeing a bit more of it, that there's been attention from supports, from jungles just hovering around the area, but Chovy in isolation, he's got a CS lead for a reason. People are thinking this Aurora is an answer, and so far it really hasn't shown that.
Yeah. Hard to answer Chovy the player.
That is also
as well
a good caveat.
Chovy the player, one of the very best ever, and especially in laning. Let's see Duro's pass here through, though. It does find Carrier and leaves over the extra vision. So nice methodical sweep here from Gen.G to get their shallow vision through the blue quadrant of the jungle.
He's able to do that because of the poke on Goomer as well. A side note, actually forced the base here as Duro is caught napping by Carrier. Small interrupt there too as Ruler's going to get this push in and find good base timing. And throughout all, Gen.G, their lanes, everything's looking real good. CS lead through mid, through bot.
Yeah.
These are strong parts right now, showing why Gen.G's laning is superb.
Yeah, and Faker's lane phase has been the area that has been a bit rough as well. So he's really taken to a lot of playmaking. I mean, he always has, but also, you know, sacrificing waves towards mid to look for side lane plays. So maybe we'll see him try and use one of the famed Aurora, you know, side lane plays, try and get a flank down there, mess with the bottom lane or something, but nothing opened up quite yet. And Chovy here, just chovying away. 112 so far.
Not bad.
11 minutes. So is over the
over the threshold.
Bottom side though.
Yeah, Gooma's getting ganked on. Canyon already got the flash out of Gooma. Second skin is greater. Rather, the Killer Instinct just buys him a bit of space. And while Canyon's gank is not that successful, you got a lot out of the AD carry right before Dragon spawns.
Yeah, early positioning here for Gen G does make it really hard for T1 to try and enter. And so they decide we won't try and enter at all. We will sacrifice the Dragon, and we'll send Owner up towards topside. Doran is working away, trying to soften up the Scion. He does, but what is Owner going to do about this timing window? Just drops off the control ward and gets the camp timings here a little bit just to see that they are all empty.
Is that going to translate into anything when Chovy has consistently had pressure through mid, still has his flash up and available, and he's going the Rod of Ages build, so becomes that little bit harder to kill every minute that goes on. For Chovy, the zoning on Faker, he sits in, he command attacks, and then he moves the ball right into Faker's line of sight. 25 CS right now is the difference. And Faker's struggling to walk towards this wave to pick up the CS.
Yeah, the Orianna W nerfs didn't really stop any of the mid laners from slamming the champ early. Just max Q
Max
first.
Q, what we run?
Get more ball movement.
You gotta love it. Chovy, he's gonna get the push in now. And why mid is so important is because this might just lead into a plate, and absolutely will, with triple grub. Orianna feels nice with that clockwork wind up on turrets too, and 1,000 gold lead for Gen G. This is a slow game for our viewers at home, and you might be like, you know, come on, do something. But it's Gen G just being clinical.
I think we'll see on one item breakpoints here for T1, them decide to do something. Because, you know, Wukong really does need the Trinity Force.
Yep.
So as soon as they start to get their one items in, then you can start to look for, you know, those engaged plays. And they do have a heavy dive comp here. So you have to make those plays really count. You have to be very careful about the setup for it.
True.
Get some wards here. Carry up very good at some of this early reconnaissance, trying to get those wards down, get some information, some extra angles here for T1 to try and make their play on. But it is just crazy even that, you know, one of these two teams is going to go down to the 1-2 bracket, and just there's just going to be an extremely fearsome opponent down there for everybody else to have to deal with, as we are in our 1-1 bracket at the moment, and then these two kind of juggernauts meeting up.
This is what, when everyone thinks of LCK, this is what they see. This is what they think of. This classic, first 14 minutes, no kills, setting up for something big. Maybe we change that now. Doran in a 1v2 is going to ulti out, but the flash is matched by Keen. A close call, but the Drake-hound step is stepping it right back home until Canyon flashes, looks for the 3 Talon strike. He's so close to getting it, but Doran has enough energy in the tank to step one more time. The real dancer is Doran in this game, as top lane gang in return onto Chovy. Shockwave brings him in, he flashes away. No kills yet, but some close calls.
And a lot of flashes blown. 2 for 1 for Doran on the bottom side. Both Keen and Canyon invest theirs, and they cannot kill Doran's and Bessa. Top side, though, it is another trade. And the gank attempt on Chovy, investing the Wukong ultimate, does get the flash out of the Orianna, and that is one you look to repeat punish.
Yep.
While Orianna is very popular right now, her weakness being low mobility with no flash is definitely something that this dive comp will want to try and prey on. They have a lot of ultimates for T1. Once those come back up, they can try and put extra pressure on that Ori.
Try and get Chovy away, as you saw on the Coinbase gold grind there. Quick side note, Herald is up and triple flash for Gen G down as they start this off. Maybe a window for T1 to punish, but you were talking about the ultis. It's also a really good side note.
Yeah, let's see as they kind of work their way over, clear out the vision first. We might get our first full 5-on-5. We've got Keen here, the giant tank, able to easily face check. Plus the Poppy here, Duro, W, ready to use.
Back at burst. He's in the pit by himself, though. Kerry's here to help out as Weeding gets him out of there quick. Ward will give full insight for T1, but 4 members now in this Chokers Gen G group on up are having trouble entering until Carrier pops the ghost. Our first fight, you say, maybe it's there. Doran sent away with the Keeper's Verdict. Faker at half HP already gets the burst down only onto Duro as second skin starts piling up for Gooma, but Herald is already gone. T1 back off. The fight was open and then closed.
Poppy ultimate from Duro gets one. That delays long enough, and Gen G get the objective again. That is going to give them the 3 objectives, Dragon Grubs and the Herald for themselves, progressing quite nicely.
Goal lead on Chovy as well, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh,
169 CS, over 16 minutes here, still keeping up with that mark. But that being said, Ruler on Corki is going to be a problem. He's even surpassing Chovy CS.
That's crazy.
On this champion. And remember, 14-4 career here for Ruler on Corki. Has been spamming it, has the red buff. Ruler just really has had such an amazing split. Really good MSI as well from him. Insane stuff. Let's see with the teleports. Gen G coming down to fight the dragon fight.
Angles are important. Chovy stepping in now as well. His flash still not up and available as Herald is dropped mid, just to give a pressure point for Gen G to play through to get this second dragon of theirs. But even the damage on the turret is going to be really impactful, especially with 3 grubs. That'll open up mid. And Dragon for T1 isn't started yet. Guma gets away. Wind becomes lightning, tags him, but there's no dive under turret as Gen G have gotten themselves more gold in the tank to play around this dragon.
Yeah, they guarantee themselves mid priority. Now they can go try and deal with the bot side push. Keen walking the face check inside try.
He's taking some damage. Doran is pretty healthy himself though. Owner looking for an angle. Carrier as well. Blast cones denied as Guma has to try and come in. But for T1, they don't have their 80 carry. He's separated towards mid.
All right, flank around the side from Doran. Oh, Guma.
Carrier, 3-man pulverize almost. Ruler disappears as well, but Faker, as he jumps into the whole team, makes a crucial mistake. Doran now comes in, gets a flash out of Ruler. Reposition from Gumayushi. A 5-man cyclone. Owner finds the angle, but it's too late in the fight. Gen G have annihilated T1 as Guma runs for his life, but he's tagged once again. Gen G have 4 members on the run, and Guma is left alone. This turret won't withstand, and it won't get a kill in return, maybe, as Chovy, no! Command, protect, Chovy survives.
And Gen G only lose 1 player in the fight. T1 tried to flank around from 4 different angles there, Hysterics. They had Guma coming from mid lane, Doran coming from behind the dragon, Faker goes right up through the river here, and as they go for engage, it is Carrier getting the knockup. Faker tries to ult in, and then he takes his Aurora ultimate to the other side. As you say, he got popped instantly, plus Doran also, the Ambessa ult did not connect for him either. So the engage for T1 goes about as poorly as it possibly could, and Gen G collect so huge. They were already earning their own large leads just through laning phase. Now after this team fight, you have to feel like that is just going to close the door on T1. The draft already was looking really good for Gen G.
Oh yeah.
The early lanes played looking really good for Gen G. And that dragon fight as well, huge stuff now. So see how they can kind of progress forward. Again, this comp is very straightforward. You saw how they just all kind of coalesce together, able to protect for a decently long time, even though...
Hang on, Doran has to flash away. How are you going to protect this game from speeding up? Gen G got so many resources with 1 single play, and as you said, it's burst wide open now.
Your boy Chovy has 2 items, 8 stacks on his Dark Seal. His Rod of Ages is almost done stacking, almost going to tick over and get the extra level. So it's looking scary.
Yeah, he's not the only one as well, right? Even in that last fight, Ruler did quite a lot of damage for someone that's the only one behind Guma in this game, but still, the CS margin, the Trinity Force, we're now on Atacana. It feels like T1 need to try and survive this early game and get through to Gen G somehow.
They certainly do. All right, T1, they started up, but Keen...
The angle, the flash, Euro finds a wall, and Doran can't ult to get on out. The dive-in's easy, and Canyon sets up Ruler for success.
Oh, Duro, that was beautiful. They just destroyed. Doran is deleted, and nobody on Gen G even has a scratch on them. Okay, Duro's got a little bit of a scratch.
All the setup again. Duro goes in deep, but Owner already getting chunked out alongside Carrier. Atacana at 5, the dive in there as Canyon once again finds a new target. Carrier burst down, the unbreakable will was finally broken. And with Redemption coming down, what do you say? A shockwave into Guma. Duro given a wall. A double for Chovy as Faker finally gets something back for T1. But Artikan just fell. There's Genji coming in from over the wall. Faker's got no mana to survive. His weirding isn't weird enough. And as Ruler takes him down, it's Owner tagged out by Canyon. The jungler's fighting out with Cyclone to negate the Audacious charge. But once again, the cooldown's up. And Canyon sends Owner packing with the rest of T1.
And we are witnessing Genji domination on the Rift. Otacon picked up as well as the extra kills. T1 bleeding gold.
And the opportunities are few and far between, right? Around Otacon, they tried to send it here. But the debuff is just helping Genji.
I think T1 are really just feeling a bit desperate. They're feeling the pressure. Duro not feeling the pressure at all. He gets the charge into Doran on the sidewall. Keen channels right off of it, and it is a beautiful pick from Genji. Then they control the tri-brush. Duro's able to get out with his W afterwards. He just gets Carrier's ultimate there. And before the ultimate even falls off, Genji are like, all right, it's fine. We'll just continue to press. Kill the Carrier anyway. Redemption here to heal back up. They take Otacon while they go for the chase, hitting the shockwave. It's just like Genji are making plays, simultaneous plays, in two different areas at once.
It's amazing seeing the quality of this performance from Genji again. Restore some of the faith that maybe was lost when they dropped down to the 1-1 bracket as well. As Ruler, he's now picked up the Manamune, or rather stacked it fully. Kerry comes in, no time to talk about items as T1 look for the pick. Onto Canyon at half HP, Owner jumps in, but his ulti comes first. Canyon survived, and Doran's coming in, but interrupted. This Poppy pick was a stroke of genius. There's no vindication for Guma, none for T1 here, as they are getting destroyed by the LCK champions, stamping their foot back at Worlds. Faker will disengage, but Canyon, Duro have more in the tank to flash forward. The shockwave was still available. Chovy is gapping the GOAT of League.
I think we know where this one's headed. Hysterics. There was only one other best of one between Genji and T1. Genji won the previous one as well. And they look to continue that trend.
Keen's going to run it up a side lane. It's not even time for Baron. It's 23 minutes into the game, but it is a 9.5k gold lead in Genji's favor. A dragon on the way, and it just happens to be a Mountain Soul to add more injury to this already bruised knee.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at it. They're definitely having some fun on the Rift there now. Redemption comes down, but look at all that damage even before the rest of them arrive. So low, and as Doran goes in, Guma tries to follow. The Poppy is in his face already, though, and Duro's W sits him down.
Faker the last runaway. He'll die here eventually as well, as we watch Chovy. His POV pretty much for a bird's eye view to kill Faker. This dragon down.
Wave.
I mean, Chovy's been super clean this game. We highlighted him for his lane, but what more do you expect? This guy's great.
All of Genji have. Their draft was exquisite, but they have also, on top of that, executed in-game and outplayed.
I'd be curious to hear as well, because I feel like, you know, we not only got Canyon covering all bases, but then again, actually, I'm going to correct myself, Kobe. It feels like not much had to be done when you had such exquisite lanes in all three calibers, in all three lanes, I should say. As now Chovy, he's got his Magi's, he's upgraded. He's got a Seekers in the inventory as well. 3.7k of that almost 10k gold lead is coming from mid lane.
And I do like that he went the more damage focus. You know, we have been seeing a lot of Seraphs as well on some of the Orianas, but the Horizon focus buffs as we're getting more action.
Got Brave Carrier, turns it into an engage. Owner as well, Cyclone a chance, but a disengage from Duro. It's Keeper's verdict kept good. Doran jumps in, maybe a chance here for T1, but with that dive comes Canyon to defend. Guma trying as hard as he can, but as he takes down Ruler, he takes down his chances of finding anything more.
Yeah, that's going to be Genji Baron. Can they sniff out Owner? Owner here, the last one left alive.
Against the Poppy, how hard is it with the exhaust down as well? And a decimating smash from Keen. He'll send Owner back to his base one way or another. Baron's going to be taken. It'll be past 10k. And Genji are putting the finishing touches on this best of one to keep their BO1 record exceptionally clean.
Genji wearing purple, 11,500 gold lead for the team. Dragon Soul in 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the table, and they might not even need it.
This is a good sign for the Genji faithful as well. Easy to say they were favorites for the tournament. They still are, even being in this position, even before they started playing today.
Yeah. 20 stacks on the Magi for Chovy here as well.
One fight.
Again, the Horizon focus is interesting because it kept on, you know, they clearly wanted people to buy this item, so they kept on buffing the stats on it.
Yeah.
And 125 ability power with the 25 ability haste is just, it is a stat stick. And
outside of Rabadon, we don't have anything that heavy.
Yeah, seeing some good damage out of it. A pretty good, like, I feel like second item is a good position in the build for it, but regardless, that is not really important for this game because they are stomping regardless. Baron buff is going to allow the siege for Genji to run right into these inhibitor towers.
T1 struggling to step up, relies on a pick, but 12,000 gold behind. They need some kind of a miracle fight. Ona's looking for that with his angle, but he's going to go over control ward shortly as he gets around the corner. Keen is soloing mid. Here comes Ona. Again, the Ambassador all followed up as well. A chance there, but the shockwave nullifies everything. Rawler willing to Valkyrie forward. He knows this one's in the bin. Genji are the LCK's best, and they just showed it again to T1.
And Ruler at Worlds flashing the Samsung Galaxy flare as well.
Kobe, it was well-deserved, it was well-played lanes, it was Genji returning to form as they moved to 2-1 at Worlds 25.
Ooh, Ruler wants another championship. You can feel it. And this Genji team looking like they might be able to get there. They came in as tournament favorites, of course, and this is just the best of one, but they look quite good.
They really did. Once they found one fight in the game around bot, the game snowballed out of there as Analyst's going to break it down further.
Important data point in this historic rivalry is we've seen almost no single games between these teams, but it turns out in a single game, Genji are pretty scary.
They locked in. They really locked in. I like how Kobe described it as quite good. They looked quite good.
Quite good.
That was just absolute Chovy masterclass, I feel. This man just dominated from start to finish. I feel that if we had more time to really break down how the 1v1 played out, there were a few like very small but crucial moments that Chovy really used to balloon the lane. And the moment that he came back with those items to just give him that extra HP, he just never let go of the lead against Faker. And it felt like from start to finish, he was just dominating the Rift.
I mean, Chovy's always been someone who's loved going like the Rod of Ages. We've seen him even do it on Champions where it hasn't worked so well, like the Ziggs. But he's someone who loves having that extra HP pool. That sustain came in so valuable. And it felt like as soon as Faker fell behind, he just never had pressure anymore. Absolutely. Couldn't get the damage down on him. And he ended up having like that 30 CS lead pretty early on. And just was an absolute monster.
And this really all culminated in an incredible team fight. And thanks to Genji and Chovy's solid team fighting and the reliable Cisco network, Chovy did escape with that sliver of health and secure that ace for the side of Genji.
So I feel like the really big starting point of this is this ult from Duro that knocks Owner away. So the engage comes in from Faker, but the Wukong's not there. And so because you don't have that layered engage that this comp relies on, and the Owner ult comes later, it really takes the wind out of the sails for T1.
I also think just the target selection from Genji continues to be, I mean, world-class. We know this team is obviously world-class, but to see them execute so cleanly in these chaotic fights is just a beauty to watch. Chovy at the very end there, really calculating to perfection how to survive. And it's just, it's phenomenal to watch. This team was completely locked in today.
You know, I was saying in that moment, if that was me taking that tower hit, I would have died. You know, I feel like just Chovy.
Chovy is built a little diffy. Also, the flawless transition from we're smashing this team fight immediately into diving the tower. With like 2 minutes of setup, we have seen teams fumble those tower dives in the moment. But Genji, flawless, instantaneous transition. But for T1, look, they've been here before. They've lost to Genji before, but this is a little bit precedent-setting in terms of their overall world history.
Well, I mean, what's amazing is that this is the first time ever that T1 have lost more than a single game in a groups/Swiss stage setting, which is just mind-blowing. I mean, T1 naturally are an incredible world organization, but it had to take Genji to deliver that first ever record to them.
The only time we've ever seen it, that second loss, is at MSI. At Worlds, It's never happened, which is a testament, of course, to how dominant T1 are, but also how kind of weird the situation is with T1. We believe in the long-term faith of the ramp-up, but maybe an indicator that Gen G are finally that step ahead on the world stage.
But I think what makes the stats so crazy is, I feel like with Swiss being so recent, you can get a lot of crazy stats out of that, but the fact it's Swiss and groups, and T1 have been present at so many worlds, it really shows how long they've been so consistent, and this is really unprecedented territory.
And I mean, of course, the loss to CFO was a question mark, but I think that the sheer domination that Gen G showed against T1, to me, I still have some question marks around their drafting. I think they're looking a little bit more fallible than I initially anticipated. An organization that I just inherently have trust in when it comes to the World Championship because, you know, the 5-time, like they deserve that recognition, but now they will be pushed into that elimination situation, which is not a situation we've seen them in here at this Swiss format.
It's fair, but it's also a question of, are you more scared for T1 or are you more scared for the team they're playing? And we're going to find that out later. On the other side of the break, though, we are going to be setting up for G2 and BLG, but first, we'll hear from Ruler right after the break.
Rather stacked it fully. Kerry comes in, no time to talk about items as T1 look for the big. Onto Canyon at half HP. Owner jumps in, but his ulti comes first. Canyon survives, and Doran's coming in, but interrupted. This Poppy pick was a stroke of genius. There's no vindication for Kuma, none for T1 here, as they are getting destroyed by the LCK champions.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocked at will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Gen G. They are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear. Landscapes, absolutely stunning. Close-ups, sharp and full of vibe. Group shots, packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
back to Verizon post-game interview. I am here joined by Ruler on the side of Gen.G. Congratulations on the win, Ruler, and thank you for joining us.
안녕하세요. 감사합니다.
After the first team fight, everything got accelerated very fast. Are you happy with Gen.G's clean game performance today? And were you expecting such a high-paced game up against T1? 오늘 승리 축하드리고요. 경기가 첫 번째 한타 이후로 굉장히 빨리 굴러갔습니다. 오늘 젠지 경기력에 만족스러우신지, 그리고 T1 상대로 이렇게 빠른 템포의 게임이 나올 거라고 예상하셨나요?
일단 요즘 경기들이 워낙 좀 템포가 빠르다 보니까 빠른 템포는 늘 나온다고 생각해서 그냥 별 생각 없이 했었고요. 그리고 오늘 뱀픽이 좀 괜찮았었다고 생각해서 상대팀보다, 그래서 좀 처음 한타 이겼을 때 좀 오늘 이기겠다라고 생각했었던 것 같습니다.
I feel like most of the games are really fast-paced here at Worlds, so I was kind of expecting a fast game today as well. And after the first team fight, because we had a way better comp and drafting compared to the opponent, I was pretty confident that we will be able to close out the game with a win easily. Well, since you are the legendary AD carry player, I want to ask you about the Kai'Sa situation here. There are two champions that are not doing well, J409 and Kai'Sa 18. Well, Masu also said he thinks it's because Kai'Sa needs a lot of time to scale, where teams are going through a lot of accidents early on. But he's also surprised that Kai'Sa is not doing well. I want to know your thoughts about this. 지금 월즈에서 자르바는 전패고요, 9패로. 카이사는 또 1승 8패, 8연패 중입니다. 마수 선수는 좀 예상치 못했다고 하면서 아무래도 카이사는 후반을 도모해야 되는데 초반에 사고가 많이 나서 그런 것 같다라고 설명을 해주셨는데, 룰러 선수도 레전드 원딜로서 현재 카이사 왜 이렇게 안 되고 있는지 의견 한번 들려주실 수 있을까요?
일단 확실히 앞서 말씀드린 대로 좀 게임 템포가 좀 빠른데요. 게임 템포가 빠른 상황에서 카이사라는 챔피언은 좀 템포를 느리게 가면서 일단 뭔가 초반이 약하니까 확실히 뭔가 오브젝트를 좀 내줘야 되는 상황도 있고, 라인전은 좀 확실히 불안정하다 보니까 그런 부분들이 좀 많이 약점인 부분인데, 그게 확실히 좀 오브젝트를 한두 개 주게 되다 보면은 상대 입장에서 좀 급해지면서 그런 상황이 나오다 보니까 확실히 카이사가 좀 좋지 않은 모습을 많이 보여준다 생각하고, 요즘 제가 생각하기에 카이사가 힘을 못 쓰는 가장 큰 이유 중 하나는 한타 조합이 요즘 너무 다전제가 아니라 이제 B1이다 보니까 너무 상대 조합이 좋다 보니까 카이사가 뭔가 힘을 쓰기에도 좀 힘들다고 생각해서 지금 좋지 않은 모습을 많이 보여준다 생각합니다. 죄송합니다.
No need to apologize. Mostly because of the fast tempo that we're having here at Worlds. Kai'Sa does need a lot of time, but we're having so many actions starting from the early game. And with Kai'Sa, you have to kind of give up early objectives. And once you start giving up 1 or 2 objectives, you feel like you're being rushed with Kai'Sa on your team comp. Also, in addition to that, recently here at Worlds, we were having a lot of situations where best of 1 series are decided by team fights, and if you have better team fight comp, especially early on, and you have Kai'Sa on the opponent side, you feel pretty good because you know Kai'Sa will not pop off early on, and that kind of snowballs really fast. Thank you so much, Ruler, for your insight. And now it's time for our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup, G2 versus BLG.
It's not a World Swiss stage without G2 drawing into BLG. And in round 3, they will face off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. In the past 2 years, these teams have met in the final round of Swiss, with BLG knocking out G2 both times with a 2-1 scoreline.
Hansama trying to find the sun angle, but they can't get it done. 9 minutes, the entire team falling up on a Mickey X. Is it enough? Ben, and now untouched, the 3 carries at the core of BLG. Can they find the angle? Cap's trying to make the difference, the ulti. Hansama taken out, Elk versus the world. Elk is a monster in that fight.
A small glimmer of hope for the #1 seed of the LEC is that they meet in the best-of-1 stage of Swiss, and they've proven that they can take games off the LPL powerhouse.
Ben's not done yet, Shut's not done yet, finally he will fall. Hansama popping off a double for the Ezreal.
It's time to see if G2 can overcome their demons and beat BLG in the Swiss stage of Worlds. Welcome back to the analyst desk for BLG versus G2. And the good news is, as much as I know you're all waiting and tense with anticipation, we're getting right into it. So I think we need to talk a little bit about what the fans are predicting. Let's see, they've voted at MasterCard GG on X. They're calling the match for BLG with 53.2.
Wow. Where is the Hopium team? Come on. I believe. I will blindly believe.
It's pretty close. Considering how it's historically gone, that's pretty close.
That is very close. I will say that all G2 asked for is their delusion. And I've seen enough people post that it's like their jungler's fault when they're clearly throwing. Where was that delusion for G2? That's my request.
So delusional right now. I am so delusional. I am ready for the G2 masterclass. I'm ready for them to clap BLG. We've seen them beat them in a single game before. We've actually seen it multiple times. Every time they fought, actually. I believe that this is the day that the best of one will win EU big time. Let's go, boys. Woo!
I'm not convinced.
What?
And you know what?
Orcs!
Verius, I feel like you're repressing some emotions. I feel like you're not letting your true self come out.
What do you mean?
I feel like you're hiding some things here.
No.
I mean, it's very possible.
I'm very happy. I'm positive.
We're both positive. Smile. We're both feeling alive, and we're not scared or nervous because we have faith and we have delusion. And hopefully that's enough. Hysterics, Kobe, take it away.
Hell yeah, boys, because NA got their win. Where's ours? We're not versing our own region. We're not knocking out the boys of EU. This is where it happens. And Kobe, I'll give you a time to help me bring me down.
Yeah, I mean, if there is one thing that I know about you, it's that you are delusional. So you definitely have to have the hope. Let's go.
And 47% of the fans are delusional.
Honestly, though, I also hope for your sake that this is not a stomp and we get a closer game today for you. Let's get into the draft. And Sion is banned. Sion has had so much success. I do like that ban from BLG, banning out a lot of this straightforward team fight. Sion, Wukong, and Azir, all very good for these very successful team fight comps that we have seen. Meanwhile, we do leave up the Rise while banning Orianna. So they're kind of daring Knight even to go grab this champion. Let's see what the response will be. Is it going to be something kind of boring like the Talia that we see a lot into the Rise, or is it going to be something more spicy? Personally, I liked Caps when he played LeBlanc.
So did I, good sir. Very good mention. The Azir actually wasn't too bad as well. I feel like for Caps, he's got a plethora. For G2, this is interesting. When everyone's moved away from this pick at the tournament, they are going to R1 Varus. And
don't worry, it's not top Varus. Don't worry.
I mean, no, I'm glad. I think that would be worse. I don't know, but
hey, it could be flexed up there.
I mean, I am worried with the amount of mobility in League of Legends now. Seeing an immobile 80 carry there.
But early Varus pick, it is flexible. So it's funny, you know, the Shy gave us a lot of comedy, and everyone is going to continue to reference, but an early flex Varus pick here for G2. Yep. Skewmond with, I believe, his third in a row Xin game. Just Xin after Xin after Xin for him. Ooh, Kiana. LPL Kiana.
That's the scary one.
I love it so much.
Shadow has played Nefiri, now Kiana. Two lethality junglers, and the funny thing is, like, Shadow came in, looked like a completely different team, and everyone was scared of BLG yet again. Seeing Bin on a tank this time, much like his Rek'Sai, and they've got a bit of a formula here for BLG, and it seems to be following what they did in the previous game.
Yeah, I like the looks here from BLG. A lot of options. The Poppy, though, into Kiana. A lot of teams. So teams, because Kiana, LPL Kiana has been so scary, not every team against LPL teams can like pick it up themselves. So a lot of them have decided, all right, we're going to just attack Kiana's if anyone ever picks it against us, right? Because it's a squishy champ, so you just try and immediately full send on the Kiana and attack her before she can blow up your team and get a good engage.
Yep.
Poppy and Xin, both champions that can go try and attack Kiana's. So Poppy pick here as soon as they saw the Kiana. See if this one also has as much value as we saw Duro have previously. Now, what kind of 80 carries are going to go with that BLG comp? Not the Sivir, that's for sure. The speed up would be scary as far as the mobility already showing on that team.
So far from Elk, we've had Caitlyn, we've had Xayah. So an 80 carry to self-pill, an 80 carry for the laning phase. Let's see what version we get this time, because again, we've already got this front line. We've got this kind of building front to back with this massive disruptor in the jungle. Disruptor assassin, I should say. Sivir was already banned, and now the biggest question is, do they get rid of something that can be a saving grace? Karma might have been annoying. Maybe they're expecting something that could be like an Ezreal Karma lane. to match a bit of the Varus range there, Kobe. So interesting ban from G2 to finish it off.
Maybe BLG go like a Jin lane or something then for Elk. Lots of possibilities still up for him. You know, Lucian lanes. I mean, Yunara is available, but maybe not into the Varus. So double bans against Caps here though. And that's the Taliyah that we mentioned, but I'm kind of happy that it's banned out, so we get to see something more interesting from Caps.
I agree. I don't want to see Caps on Taliyah, even though he's a pretty good Taliyah. Caps has so many pocket picks. You're going to talk about the LeBlanc being one of them. What else do you want to see? Things like the SARS are available? Maybe the SARS are maybe not.
Yeah, I think a little bit early for anything like a Silas. Like maybe if you saw an Alistar.
My God!
Okay, so Anivia was already good and got big buffs coming into Worlds. So this champion, I legit think is OP. I legit think this champ is OP. And we're assuming that it is going into mid lane against the Ryze because it is an old school counter pick into Ryze. And so you can put up the wall, you put your ult down, you put up the wall behind the Ryze, you have really good gank setup, and you have the wall synergy with Poppy.
Thank you, yes.
It is just so beautiful. I love this pick so much. Anivia is OP itself. They have the Poppy synergy. It is a good counter pick into Ryze. It is like, boom, just perfect Anivia angle.
It's a spanner in the works, isn't it? How do you help
now
complement?
I'm delusional.
No, that's okay. Join me. It's all right. Now, how do you support it, right? We've got some form of engage. We add more ice.
Yeah, Freljord synergy here.
Skirmishing.
When Leona, I mean, Braum is always really good into Leona because Leona's just guaranteed going to engage, can't get back out. Really buffs up your team fight here. But I am so happy to see this. Anivia got a really big buff on the patch. I already thought it was good. Synergies here, plus the matchup is good.
Yep.
Okay. You know what? We'll calm down.
No. Why?
Hopefully we don't get another stomp in this game for the day, and we get some nice action-packed, real fun here. BLG has a very strong history versus G2.
Yes.
Bring it down a little easy here, but BLG has had a lot of success directly versus G2, and so definitely coming in here as favorites, and they do have the LPL Qiyana.
Yes, they do. That is a fear, and especially since Shadow came in to level with everyone that's maybe an EU fan. The debut of BLG, if you didn't see it, was horrible with Beichuan. Bin was all over the place on his rec site, and even Knight started failing because the team just fell apart. 100 Thieves, not to take away from the win, it was exceptional from them. Some of the cleanest play I have seen from the West as well. So they get a good pat on the back, but for BLG, they leveled up. They came back, and when they lost to 100 Thieves, they came back the next day and destroyed Fnatic. They've already taken one EU team down, and now G2 have to face them as the first seed and say enough is enough. Our region has been suffering, Kobe. Our region has been suffering, and now going up against BLG yet again for G2 with the first Anivia in international play since 2022 Worlds, which was by Kati from GAM, by the way. In G2 in their best of one, they look to throw that spanner real damn hard at the LPL's first seed.
Well, I've got some more delusion for you.
That's good.
Shadow's Qiyana career win rate is 0% one game. So he over his career, only played it the one time.
Okay.
And didn't get the dub then, but let's see. He's had, obviously put a lot more time into it. Here we go, the Anivia runes for you with the phase rush for the extra survivability. All right. My region, by the way, did beat BLG.
Okay, bro. Hey, I gave it to 100. I literally just glazed 100 things at the start of this.
All right, let's get into it, though. This one hopefully will be exciting. We got the solo laners having some synergy, so unfortunately that means they probably don't meet up and use their Anivia Wall Poppy combo super early on because they'll be in different lanes for quite a while, but maybe we see some early interactions. Will be fun either way.
For now, it does look like for G2, trying to play off this 2v2 as they can with a Braum Varus, strong lane and even stronger skirmishing. We'll see how that 2v2 goes. The Shadow has started top.
And regardless, as we said in Champ Select, Anivia is just good into Ryze anyway.
Yep.
As the isolated matchup. And Anivia scales so well. It has really good wave clear. It can stall sieges super well. The wall and the ultimate are just so useful as long as you have structure to your team fight. Yep. And a Braum last pick does bring that structure. As they are getting pushed on bottom side here, though. Elk going in and getting the heal out, but heals from both sides used and invested.
You know, for Caps as well, by the way, I wish there was a better skin. There's so many cool Anivia skins.
You don't like the Eagle?
This is like the Eagle one, yeah.
You got something against
No, hey. Just kidding. Oh, man. Walking me into a corner again. I love Eagles, man. I love Eagles. Caps, good representation. As also, quick side note, Elk is on Ezreal. I'm worried about this, especially when we talked about BLG eliminating G2 at international events. Recently, it's been a little bit rough. Now, of course, that is best of 3s and best of 5s there for MSI 2023.
Yeah.
This is the best of 1.
Good news is also this isn't elimination.
Yeah.
So the rules are completely different.
That is just a fun bit of trivia that will not hurt EU fans for now.
So are the junglers going to pass through mid lane? Because Shadow's already in the brush, and Skumon has no idea. So Shadow has the extra info.
Yep.
They're seeing the path here, and they want to pop the egg.
Oh, man. The egg's going to go down immediately, isn't it? Great damage early from Shadow. There's the electrocute. Now, egg on at half HP. Knight flushes away immediately. Scared of Skumon. Shadow's not hit by the wind becomes lightning. Caps comes back alive after the revitalize, but down to half HP. It's a gank successful to take away the passive and flash.
Okay, egg down here. Unfortunately, Caps did not all chat anything. You can chat as Egg Nivea. That's one of the funnest parts.
That is.
But because he got close enough to his tower, no further commitment for BLG, and did in fact get the answer flash out of Knight because the wall was still standing there, and as you said, Shadow came back in time. So flashes traded does mean there could be opportunity on the other side. But Anivia, again, scales really, really nicely. And we'll see as the game progresses. Meanwhile, on the pop side, Broken Blade losing out a bit on the early CS versus Bin's Cassante.
He's had good lane since the loss to 100 Thieves. Like, the Renekton game was insane. I feel like helped single-handedly, not single-handedly, but his lane was so dominant to build up that lead that Fnatic just really didn't come out of any good, but top lane was the worst affected.
And Hansama has the wave in a really nice spot, by the way. That bottom lane, last time we saw the camera down there, yeah, that thing is just melting minions right in front of G2 tower. So minion wave in a very nice spot here, getting held by Hans, and Bin gonna have to go walk up into the 2v1 and stare at it. Meanwhile, the supports with the roam timers, with the hover here for On. Lebrov trying to zone, meanwhile Bin.
He's just sitting up against the wall. There's going to be a concussive blow eventually here. Good poke from Hans, and as you said, the wave continues to be favorable.
Yeah, and since we are 5.5 minutes, well past the 4-minute mark, Leona can now go look to make a play on top lane, and On actually slipped into the brush up there. You can see on the minimap. I don't know if that's actually going to turn into a play, but Shadow's through the brush down here.
Sun up, Broken Blade. There we go. Sends it away with the steadfast presence, but Broken Blade at half HP, also having a hard time as the wave is slowly now pushing out. Shadow is just going to retreat for now as Skumond is on a ward around Dragon. Shadow might just poke him out, and yep, shows that he's behind the pit. Can't get the double hit over the edge of Ishtal, and Skumond just getting hit by Dragon as he runs away.
Most annoying of the dragons, the ocean one with the slow, but shouldn't be very problematic at all since they're in the lane swap, and G2's bottom lane is here. Knight and Shadow walking over though, because here comes On, ghosting on the Leona with the spell book.
Flash available as well. Lebrov already low to start off, even though the Glacial Storm's there as the zone. Missing of the Zenith Blade is good, but Dragon is down. G2 get the objective, looking to get out, but the flash from Bin up against the wall has them all lined up perfectly for the stun. Gorgeous, beautiful. Bin getting poked on out as Hansama sits behind range. Skumon flashed in to die as he ran out as On now on top of the 80 carry. Under turret, it'll be enough. Hansama gets ranged out by Knight. All in a swift blow. BLG hop in as a Realm Warp. Under turret, he's ambitious, but into Anivia with no egg. BLG ascending it and claim the 3rd kill for the unholy Knight.
BLG send comes up successful here, and G2's re-engage. Hysterics, I think they were out. They re-engage, and it is into their own demise. Caps had no egg. He also gets Realm Warped on and taken down afterwards. And just like that, over a 1,600 gold lead. Let's take a look at it. So on rotated over, he goes in for this. The Dragon already taken by G2 though. Then they heal. Bin goes for the flash play, but he's only level 5 on Cassante. So even though he has his Q3, he gets chunked out, and they have to retreat from the Anivia. Whoa. But then with the re-engage there, Shadow just instantly punishes them. The Kiana there, huge punish from him as Skumon tried to go in, and the chase down kills from Knight, from BLG are huge, and they weren't even done with the first round of kills. Realm Warp on top of Caps' head takes out another one.
And some of BLG's mishaps, I'm worried because Knight has been the most solid player. We come back to live, and even Ben setting up plays by himself with on attach. A kill over to the support. BLG 4-0 at 8 minutes into this game. That mistake is triggering a chain effect against G2.
Yeah, Knight 3-0 on Rise. That is going to be very, very problematic.
7 top.
All right, yeah, during our replay, we had on, clears the ward, clearly. And Bin is level 6 nowadays, so Hans, yeah, just gets annihilated there. Nothing more to say. Bin just had level 6, gets his Q3, goes straight in onto him. Beautiful stuff from him to take matters into his own hands. And BLG so far ahead already. Sterix, are we going to get another stomp?
Brother, don't say that. I'm not sure.
All right.
I'm going to be optimistic.
I retract my statement.
It's not even just
my
an
question.
EU caster. Well, I'm glad you did that. It's literally just as a caster here today, we have had stomp after stomp. It was like Gen G versus T1 in the last game. We had one fight, boom, done. Absolute done. And between mid laners, Caps needs to step up on this interview we talked about because Knight's already a big fish.
Yeah.
Quite a big C already. Flush away from the Flash Frost. Knight's out.
These two mid laners are legendary. The best two from their respective regions with the most championships. And let's see if it ends up mattering. This Anivia pick that we got so excited for. Still hoping to see some of the Anivia Poppy interactions, some of the fun stuff later, but a sizable gold lead for BLG does make things much more problematic, a little bit more difficult here for G2 to execute their vision, let's say.
The only optimism is that while that play went bad, they did get Dragon at the start of it, so yeah. The stacking objective neutralized a little bit. We'll see if that's cope or not, because in 1 minute 30, next Dragon comes up. There's a Hex Tech, and this BB just gets poked out here in the bottom lane. Bishop Raj, hang on. Avoided narrowly, on still there. He's going to try and stop this back as the next wave's going to come in shortly. Standing there, okay. BB just has to wait for On to get that Shield of Daybreak. Now getting a little bit of poke in as well. Turret is whittling down here with a plate already taken, and BB forced to stick around for the wave.
Yeah, at least he's not in danger of getting dove. I mean, On went in, just stops him with his Q, so without the Q then for the actual dive, they're not going to do any sort of dive action. Let's see how many minions on top side, though, he misses out. Honestly, with Teleport, I don't think he's going to miss anything. Yeah, so not too shabby there from Broken Blade, not too bad in the end.
He's caught up on CS earlier on. We're talking about Bin just maintaining about a 10-15 CS lead in the first 5, and there's been a lot of chaos, but Broken Blade's caught back up. As a quick side note as well, CS across the board is relatively even. It is just simply those kills that are giving BLG the edge in this game towards that 2,000. That's also leading towards the closeness of feet, with BLG already picking up the warfare. Top lane is going to battle it out, but Kobe, I see a Dragon, 10 seconds till it spawns. And maybe BLG, they have this one in the bag. They see Skumon backing. That's good info.
Certainly is. Teleport right back out for the Rise here. Maybe they do want to try and catch someone. I mean, Labrov does get vision behind the Dragon as well as through Tri-Brush, so they've got nice little setup here, and Sundered Sky is completed. So Skumon's recall. Ooh.
Zenith Blade shadows here as well. Sees Labrov, blasts him away. Dragon still the focus.
Camping on Brush, but it's on a ward here, so going to be a little bit dangerous. I like this walk down from Broken Blade. They're bringing Poppy here since they don't have teleport on Broken Blade. They're walking the Poppy over. Maybe we do get to see this G2 team fight.
Yeah.
Very structured. Their front to back is super strong despite the early goal deficits. Should be able to force it here, and they do. Wait, the teleport flank from Bin.
It's going to be late, so Dragon picked up, but maybe it happens again. Weird ult from Shadow, not a good one. with the Glacial Fissure down as well. It enables the first kill for G2. Bin now, his angle is great, but he misses the Natofo, so no slow. Stunned up, the concussive blows are re-engaged. BLG went too far. They're punished by G2. Hans the mummer of Bin with a double.
That was a terrible engage from BLG, and G2 aren't even done.
He's against the wall, he's against the wall with an Inhibitor as well. The Flash Frost out, the stun, the Glacial Storm layers down. Knight's gonna stick around for a little bit longer, and G2 come alive.
There we go, G2 is gonna be able to execute this comp after all. 2 dragons to their name, Shadow's coming to chase afterwards. But they try to engage right into the Braum, and just puts up Unbreakable there, and then Bin still tries to go for it after they had already failed the initial engage, and G2 are right back in it!
And they got the gold back that they lost before in the previous trade, and the Dragon, Kobe, as we look at BLG trying to start a late fight.
Yeah, this one is definitely a very poor engage right into the Braum, just as the ultimate there. LeBron puts it up, throws down the ultimate, they immediately delete Leona. Bin still tries to make something of it though. Knight you see walking around the back of the Dragon Pit, so they're so separated, plus they have already lost Leona, that it is a double kill for Hansama. G2 popping off, that's gonna give the hope right back. No delusion necessary.
No.
That's real.
And Caps as well, why he wasn't able to pick up a kill, he minimized the gold a little bit. Plus you just saw the combo, even though it was a wall already pre-existing, Kobe, like the CC chain when Broken Blade has ult, when Caps is able to land Flash Frost as well, that Q, how good the CC actually looks and how hard it is for BLG to move away if they get picked.
Okay, well, we rotate the Lethality Varus into mid lane here. Ghost Blade finished, so very good position for Hans at the moment. Off those 2 kills, just spam clear wave, remain fairly safe. A lot of vision around mid lane is in BLG's favor though, so you have to be a little bit worried about Kiana plays. Shadow here is actually looking for one of them at the moment.
Solar Flare slows Hansama down. He cleanses. Scared as well as Shadow comes into range. So Hansama down a Summoner, with the engage now following up with On as well. It's a Wind of Spider or Glacial Fissure. Either way, it's a dead Ice Man. Hansama left alone. Skumon covering the bases, but a great pick from BLG.
Yep, there they go. They delete the Braum this time around. Bottom side got pushed in though, so G2 have the wave into the bottom side, and the rotation up here for BLG means they're just gonna drop that wave, as Knight is hovering around for a repeat play. Is Knight looking for?
Oh, Skumon went in deep for that. He wanted Elk with the Wind becomes Lightning. On is just continuously punishing and sending out Zenith Blades on this 100% KP Leona.
So BLG with that, you know, congregation of 4 people.
Wait. Bin ulted. Oh, unstoppable. The W stopped in BB. Solo killed Binny Boy. G2 are following this up. They've got the adrenaline rush now as On is close to dying himself. Lebrov sitting on the Mega Blast Cone. He'll take it under turret. Flash away. Knight matches it. Punishes him. Lebrov went too far and Knight caught him well.
Oh, BB gets the solo kill onto Binny Boy up there with the Poppy. 2-0 now. G2 just run BLG off the map.
Opens up the Herald as well. There have been some really good punishes and a really good bounce back here from the EU first seed as Broken Blade denying a whole family of minions. Look at how many going down. The turret's going to go with it as well.
Yeah, here's how he started out. Good combo into the wall, and then just chases him down. The red buff here on Broken Blade, just pelting him, saves the W for the correct timing. Bin annihilated. And then they also got the chase down on the other side here. On flashed away, but...
Fighting again, I think we are. Cap's almost caught out. He's got the Ignivia available, and it might go down quickly as Knight has cornered him. Good Flash Frost as Lebrov tries to get his mid laner out, but in front of 3 members of BLG, there is no resurrecting now. Knight gets the other kill to help with the True Shot Barrage. 4-1 continues to scale.
And G2 still, despite the success that they had in the last couple of plays, have to be careful, especially skirmishes through jungle. You do not want to fight through jungle versus Ryze and Kiana here. The pickoff for BLG, quite nice. Leona, long range ultimate is always very annoying to deal with. So Ignivia now down, so no extra egg defenses for Caps, plus going down, giving that extra money over to BLG. The UI with a Dark Seal, by the way, right next to a tier, just
4,285 stacks of tier.
Imagine if those were all Dark Seal stacks.
He's got 6 KAP.
Yeah, Knight's not quite that strong. He is strong.
He's strong,
but he's not quite that strong. So anyways, back to the dragon stacking here for G2. This is going to be really early dragon stacking for them as well, because as you critically pointed out, even though the first skirmish around dragon ended up going poorly for them, they did get the objective to start it out, and so it is going to be a very early Dragon Soul, albeit a Chemtech one, which honestly, Chemtech Soul versus a Kiana, who's is a lot of burst, is can be quite nice. More survivability for this, Braum, Poppy, Anivia squad.
Yeah, the bruisers, the tanks. Like, I know we're having a big conversation with Orcs yesterday watching the games, but champions that can really thrive below that 50% mark, and I feel like Xin Zhao's one of them, Poppy, as you said.
Yeah.
So, not the worst soul, and especially the individual stats that are going to come out here for G2, with 3 now adding a pressure point on the map. Like, that dragon stacking has given them a lot of life in this game.
Let's see, BLG attempting another bot side play, but they walked over vision to get here, so G2 already getting their counterplay ready.
Broken Blade's not letting the wave crash. The presence currently steadfast as BB runs out of the cooldown, and Shadow spotted out here with Scumon's discovery, and it's just about getting themselves some vision. Arakan is on this bottom side this game, so G2 are hovering around in mass, trying to get some defensive vision so they don't get shut out of the area.
Poke damage going down from both sides here. Slow shot from Hansama on that side. What? Anivia farming top with no teleport at the moment, so G2 just have to be calm, collected, focus on the minions. You do not have a timer right now. And Braum defense is very good.
Yeah.
So Caps is able to finish up the wave on top side, get his reset off, and no further blood, although there will be stone taken, as Knight will grab the tower for himself. And the Rise will become a problem, Hysterics. The split push for Rise later. Although it might be hard to navigate team fights, again, into Braum, Anivia, Poppy, Xin. Lots of annoying frontline to deal with, so I think BLG should really index fairly heavily into their side lane prowess. Really leverage the split push advantage that they do have.
True. Because you ain't never getting through mid-wave if there's an Anivia there, if I can speak properly. Hans has constantly been mid. It's usually surprising. I feel like Anivia is one of the most set up a camp and never leave kind of champs.
A nest, if you will.
A nest would be so much more relevant.
Protect the nest.
That is an eagle. You're right. Egg's not up as well, so nothing to leverage there with the passive as Arakan just spawned. Again, down this bottom side, Labrov is clearing out vision, dropping some of his own, and G2 are currently pinging, holding the river right now on this important objective, trying to make sure they see the approach from BLG. Labrov playing it by the curtain here, but as On clears out the ward, G2 currently hold river, quite dark.
See how they move their way in. Mid priority first for G2, that's good, push the wave. Bottom side priority might be a little bit more difficult to get. Caps is currently pushing in the wave at the moment, but the tri-brush is dark, so BLG have to be a little bit careful if they approach. Bottom side tower is already dead even before Herald. And Otacon started up. So G2 with really good positioning here. And the Otacon's getting burned down, but Caps gets engaged on.
He's got an egg, so he wants to bait it in, but as he flashes in, he gets into the Herald. The escape mitigated, though. With the Herald dropping down, Caps goes into the egg, but it's all for the Otacon. It's all here in front of G2's eyes. Caps will be the sacrificial lamb, and with a Realm Warp coming in, G2 are already away. Elk can't catch up, nor can Knight, and therefore G2 will take the ultimate sacrifice as a win.
Caps, the distraction eagle, is effective. He flies into the face of BLG, knowing it is a one-way ticket. Well, he was kind of hoping that it was going to be a Herald out ticket.
He almost got out if that Herald wasn't low.
Yeah, very close, hoping that it was going to be a Herald out ticket, but even with the sacrifice and not being able to get out, still acquiring the Otacon here for G2 and that permanent power.
The replay again, because, yeah, it's at 3K here. Imagine if it was a bit healthier.
Operation Sacrifice Eagle. He flashes over, is able to get inside, but it immediately goes down, so they collect him. Regardless, though, G2 calculated in sacrificing to be able to get the Otacon and get out.
Let's get it out and get out again.
Just love it. Get out. Get it out.
Get in, get back out again.
Yep.
As we do, Otacon, though, permanent buff here. A lot of petals for G2 as well. See if the split push does become an issue, though. Because they do still have the extra teleport on Bin, even though Knight is using his currently to get back out.
What is Shadow doing?
Dying.
He just jumped into EU, said, do you remember me? Well, now we will. On as well is going to get stunned up as G2 have found a moment. The wall in front as well. Knight flashes out. Shadow decided to be ambitious right in front of 5 members.
Yeah, that's going to be Dragon Soul, Hysterics. I mean, yep. that is not the way that we envision the Dragon Soul fight going, but G2 will take it for sure. Shadow jumps, one-way ticket right over the edge there.
Soul. G2 have just taken Soul.
And they may have taken a headlock on this game. Elk with a red buff can get a little aggressive, but Chemtech Soul picked up here for G2. Now, they do have a control word inside this brush, but I mean, jumps right into the Poppy. The Broken Blade says welcome, and the rest of the team says goodbye. Nivea Wall does get more flashes out as well. Knight gonna have to use his, which does reduce the effect of the possible split push that they were gonna try and leverage. They're still gonna go for a side lane play.
There is help from Skumon though. Needs a little bit more than that. Broken Blade is tanky. 3 members, BLG committing a teleport as well, but Broken Blade's bought so much time. He's got Sundered Sky. He can heal up with a Hammer Shock as well as Skumon comes in. The ulti finally connects. Skumon has to pop his too, but a shutdown over tonight is a good start for BLG. Elk just pressed E over the wall, and now a new one erupts with the ice splitting between BLG, but Baron's up in a minute. It will be 40 seconds for Broken Blade, and BLG still aren't out of this game yet.
I mean, we're gonna get a really quick Elder Dragon in this game because Soul was taken so quickly too. So we're gonna get some more excitement, Hysterics. Like very powerful buffs are arriving to the Rift very quickly here. Red buff is already taken. Baron arriving in 30 seconds.
Elk getting ulti? No, rather it's onto Knight. Again, the wall's up and available. Bit of Frostbite added. Flash Frost onto Elk. He cleanses. Meanwhile, the bottom side of the fight is Shadow and the rest, and On's not going to get out of that one. Realm want to save Knight's life. Elk Arcane shifts away as well, and Shadow's getting poked out between Hans, between Caps. So many projectiles, and there'll be a few more chasing Knight down. Concussive blows so close to ticking, but a Mega Blast Cone gets Knight out of the way, but Elk is far up in the lane. Another target now found, an Arcane shift, and maybe a flash coming through, but from an angle, Broken Blade shows up and sends BLG into the dirt. G2, it's Baron o'clock.
Yep, and that's gonna be pretty easy for them to get unless Shadow came up with some heroics. I mean, you are getting On's teleport out to mid lane, but there's not much he can do about it. Spellbook maybe? Looks like he cannot get over to a smite at the moment, and Shadow is taking the enemy blue buff, so should be Baron for G2.
Broken Blade's gonna add a turret to it soon as well. A defining moment in this game. The Red Bull Baron power play begins. We only just got the Mastercard Priceless moment in the Soul, by the way. So now with Soul, now with Baron, the early Elder you talked about, well, gold is still in BLG's favor somehow. G2 have the tools to make this game a win and beat down BLG, much like 100 Thieves did. It might just be the start of a tournament for the West too.
And BLG are gonna quickly be faced, if they lose this game, with the possibility of elimination already from World 2025. I mean, G2 are certainly looking like they're going to push them there with the Baron buff plus the Dragon Soul. It's a good point about the gold, though. BLG still capable of fighting this Elder Dragon fight. 2.5 minutes. If you get a smite steal or you just win the Elder Dragon fight, oftentimes that can just change the entire game in your favor. So we'll see. The thing is, the engages from BLG right before a lot of these objectives, like one of the earlier Dragons, you know, going in onto the Braum and then having Bin go in as well, and then the previous one with Shadow jumping in, getting deleted, have been really rough for BLG. And so G2, I think if they just remain calm, okay.
Solar Flare, that's not calm. It's Zenith's blade. Good disengage. Shane's Corruption hits the back line, though. And on, close to dying, will die first. The supreme display of talent ain't that good. And Ben as well in the front line's getting shredded. G2 believe, and so do Europe. They're seeing the end. They're seeing the wall. The combination's there. A triple about to turn deadlier into a quadra for Skewmon, who has been riding EU high this whole damn year.
G2, they're gonna finish it right now. Hysterics, Baron buff on, they can push for the win.
We didn't believe, we said today was a stomp that the 1-1s were just letting us down. 100 Thieves did it, so we ask, why couldn't G2, the first seed of EU, is on his court and he's fountain by a damn ice wall, brought out this Anivia pick, brought out a wild card, and in true Caps fashion, he does not let us down. G2 are going to move to 2-1, and China is upset. BLG in the dirt again, and G2 freaking did it.
What a fun one. Anivia Poppy solo lanes for G2. Quite the scramble in a lot of those fights.
The boys! How the hell did they, with Anivia? you talk about the comp so well, Kobe. They executed it. Man, that guy on Anivia on the other side of the break, we will hear from Han Sama, who also had an exceptional game. But for our final best of one of Worlds, between 100 Thieves and Hum Alive, Kobe, I'm going to start believing in them too. Let's go.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, forward by 9.
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Gen G, they are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Gen G, the EWC winners.
Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in, Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Say the thing.
The delusion.
It paid off.
Reality, Hans. It finally paid off.
Steven. Actually, I'm so sorry, Hans. This is disrespectful. Get the trash out of here. Get that trash out of there.
You've given a whole region just a tiny bit of hope. It's only a best of one. Is there anything you want to say?
I mean, happy with the win. I think, I think if we show up, we for sure can win any teams in a tournament. So I personally have a lot of hope for our team, but yeah, let's see.
With the history of how BLG against G2 has gone in the past, was there any like nervousness going up against them?
Yeah, it feels like every time we face BLG, you know, you have like in the back of your mind, sometimes you think about like the time where they eliminated us. But I feel like I think like recently we're more ready against this specific team. So like we are really looking forward all the fights that they are playing, because maybe it was like they're a very aggressive team, right? They play very proactive, but I feel like we were really ready to take up the fight. You know, not giving up anything for free, like the position, the control, and yeah, I think the fight in early was a bit sketchy, but
yeah, I do want to ask. We looked a lot at that 6-minute fight where it felt like you guys got a little ahead of yourself, you got a little over eager. What were the comms like to kind of calm the team down to put you back in that position where you could really take over the game?
I mean, losing like 4 kills there is for sure hard, but I think my team did very good. Like we all did very good to stay proactive for the game. I feel like we kept making plans what we actually can do with our champions, and I think we don't always do that. The game was nice. We all kept a strong mental and they kept going. So and I think when we had also I think they were giving up a lot of objectives. That made it easy for us. Right. Like they kept giving up their tempo when maybe they shouldn't have given it up. So it was a bit easy to take the position and just poking people off with my champion. So yeah, they made it easy in some scenarios.
So the Otacon.
Yeah,
how much did you see? Because we won't have the replay, but how much did you see from your POV?
Of what happened to Cap specifically?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was, I think Rice snared him, and he was trying to get the Herald, I believe.
So you can watch the whole play from his POV, okay?
Oh my god.
I'm guessing that you might have been a little bit more focused on hitting the Otacon in that moment.
No, I mean, I had my camera on him at the same time because I was just like hitting Otacon, there's nothing to do. But yeah. I think actually that's a good play. that's an amazing play. You know, they get the Anivia, but we get the Otacon is super worth it. Props to Caps, and also I don't know what is that gameplay, but we always know he's very creative and he finds those. I think I would say clutch. You know, like
it's clear Deluge is a good word. He got a 5-man stun. All the BLG, they were just stunned by what was going on.
Delusion, not just a branding thing.
What was his comms like in that moment? Did he just say, unlucky, or guys who got the Otacon, or?
I think it was something about, I will try to pressure. I'll play with the Herald. I think that's something. I think that's something he said. I don't really remember exactly what he said.
That's fair. That's
something like that.
Yeah.
All right. Goddamn.
It really felt like in this game, like towards the mid to late game, once you guys had a little bit of advantage, it all flowed so well for you. And it kind of started for me when we look at the 2 picks into objectives. We saw you guys get Baron really easily off the back of a pick. We saw you get Soul really easily off the back of a pick. Again, just curious what was going through your head across those 2 moments, because you were finding these angles so consistently. Other than that early game fight where it felt like you guys fumbled a bit in 1 or 2 picks, you guys were totally on the ball catching out BLG.
I mean, I just think that they were overextending a lot of their plays. I feel like some of the plays they had the higher end. They could just like play with more small victors. But I felt like they kept looking for fights, overextending with people no flash, and then we could end up catching them, right, and just getting the objective. I feel like having a lot of dragons this game from them being caught was a huge +1 for us.
I feel like the draft as well worked really well into what BLG had, because you had a lot of control. You could control space really well and shut down anyone who moved forward. How quickly did the draft sort of come together? Like, at what point were you set on picking up the Anivia and sort of putting this composition together?
So I think we started by like deciding whether we wanna lock in Varus or something else. And yeah, it started from okay, I'll just probably go poke in this game. And yeah, you have the champions that back you up, like the Anivia that plays it slow, front to back composition. You just wanna go there, get the first vision, and it's for sure very hard for them to enter. And you have Poppy, Braum to back you up, so it's like we are very stable once that game appears. And I think they were knowing that, so they tried to play super aggressive so that we don't like scale for free.
Yeah,
I feel like it's very like they need to find an insane flank this game to actually win. But I feel like our teamfight power around the objective is just too strong. And yeah, it was easy to see. Yeah, they lock in right, just go Anivia, and then just play this front to back composition.
And who do you think was the MVP of the game for you, from your experience in POV?
MVP of the game? I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I think Caps brought a lot with this Anivia player, actually. Like, just getting attacked for free like this is such a big value.
So smart.
And also, yeah, he brought a lot of good balls in the game, and we did like the Poppy E-ing after that.
Yep.
So yeah, but everyone like played super well from behind. Like being 0-4 is really not easy against a LPL team like BLG. But we came back, right? We all stayed focused.
I wanted to ask, what were the comms like when Broken Blade got the solo kill on a bin? How hyped was he?
Actually, I don't remember.
To be fair,
I did pay attention. I don't know what I was doing, but
you're probably doing your own business. You ignore top lane, as is your right as an AD carry. We all do.
Did you even know he got a solo kill?
No, I mean, I did pay attention. Good job to you. Nice, let's go.
Hans, we're getting ready for the next matchup. It's HLE versus 100 Thieves. I want to ask you specifically about Viper, obviously a legendary AD carry. Do you have any thoughts kind of on him as a player, anything that you think he's doing well? Ox has called out Viper Life Esports a ton, but I'm curious what you think about Viper and if there's anything that he does especially well that impresses you.
I mean, he's very talented, for sure. He's one of the AD carry. Sometimes in my free time, I just watch how he plays, because definitely he has good clicks when it comes to the game. So yeah, you can always see him moving his character really, really fast, even if nothing happens. But yeah, I think he's really good AD carry, good at pulling damage off in a team fight. So yeah.
Solid stuff. I think, Hans, we just have to say again, congratulations. I know you guys have to focus on the games in front of you. You're thinking about G2, but you're winning for all of the LEC right now. So as representatives of the regions, thank you for your service.
Yes.
We'll let you go now. We're going to finish up talking about this matchup, hit on a few other things. But again, Hans-sama, congrats, brother. Incredible win. Good luck to you in the draw in the next round. Maybe a little bit of luck this time. We'll see what opponent you end up with. But now we shift our attention to Peanut and River. Of course, the jungle matchup as we look ahead at this one. And Ox, you've known Peanut for a long time. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, I feel like Peanut, obviously this is his last year, will be going to military service, and he's talked a lot about how it's felt more, it's hit heavier when he's had those losses. You know, they had a big loss in the road to MSI, and it felt super hard to deal with because it is that last year. And I feel like he's a player who's had such a meaningful career across so many teams, had such an impact within the LCK. So, you know, obviously such a historic player we've seen on so many rosters, on such a big stage so many times.
Yeah, Peanut, of course, a historic player with an incredible pedigree, but one man on the 100 Thieves lineup. An unexpected superstar has been Dokla, who we've just found out is super turbo famous in China. And this is crazy how quickly this man blown up. I mean, I get it. He's a charmer. He solo killed Bin.
What's crazy
Apparently it's pretty easy, though, I will say. Apparently it's pretty easy.
What's crazy is the magical story that just 100 Thieves have had ever since Dokla joined the roster. The change that we saw in terms of how they played, the magical run that they've been able to make domestically, the fact that they start the tournament off by upsetting BLG, like, you really don't know what this team is capable of. We know about the sheer number of struggles that they have gone through, and they are not favorites in this matchup by any means, but maybe we get some magic today.
That's an excellent statement. And I'll tell you what, after G2 have won, we've got some delusion to spare. So we'll root for our Western comrades. Ox, you might still be the favorites, but we're going to send it over to Castro because I see one man who is very excited to talk about 100 Thieves.
I'll take some of that delusion, please. I need a lot of it versus HLE.
I mean, to be fair, against BLG, 100 Thieves destroyed them. And against Top Esports, it was a different story, but I don't even know how like, I think it's more realistic now that we've seen 100 Thieves at their peak take down an Eastern team. Their schedule's been so hard, Kobe. Now against Humble Life, anything's possible.
Honestly, I'm just glad that Big Dokes is getting the recognition he deserves now. 4 million views. That is crazy. Let's go. He has just been so entertaining. It has been a real blessing, him returning to the LCS this year. You know, he was not even on a team, and then he got back in just as a coach, and then, because it didn't work out coaching, maybe you could say, oh, well, he wasn't a good enough coach for Sniper. But then he gets to play, and they goes in, and it absolutely turned around 100 Thieves year. It was our story all year long, the crazy turnaround for this team, and the last heist, the journey that they have been on is amazing. All that being said, they are mega underdogs here versus HLE, LCK, #2 seed, and they've also given over Azir, so let's see how painful that will be.
Yeah, our champ select's already started, of course, you can see on your screen, powered by Omen and HyperX, and you got the Azir B1 let through this time over to Zeka. And I know a lot of people globally might just watch internationals and think of the Akalis, the Yones, think of all these like skill building champions, but Zeka's Azir also fantastic as a natural match on the other side. The Rise is up and available when the Orianna's not. Maybe this time they go for the Talia and give a strong mid-jungle pairing for 100 Thieves in this last best of one.
This is something that they have run a lot. Pantheon plus Talia not only is the obvious point and click for your seismic shove, but also the double globals. 100 Thieves use that very effectively. This is a team that really likes to push the action. They constantly are looking for aggressive plays with River. And so Pantheon, we, especially in North America, we really had a love affair with this champion. Super high priority on it because not only of the gank possibilities, but also the later ones for macro. Regardless, HLE here rounded out. It's a funny mirror of the Last Dances, by the way, because you know HLE with Peanut of a Last Dance of his own, and 100 Thieves organizations themselves. But Sion, holy moly, Sion has been quite good at the tournaments. The reliability of that tank is massive. K'Sante is one of the, like, it's just a normal answer, and so there's nothing too special there, but Big Dokes is confident on the K'Sante side as well.
Like, tanks has just been good. Now, K'Sante doesn't have the best win rate here in the main stage, but Sion definitely does. We'll see if 100 Thieves can change that as we get into the second ban phase. Let's look towards 80 carries, Kobe, because there's no ADs on the board currently. 100 Thieves will have priority. With Yunara already gone in the last pick ban, we're in a similar situation. It was the Caitlyn's, well, I mean, I've got more than Caitlyn, I promise you. There's a lot of 80 carries taken away.
Yeah, and FBI, he does play Caitlyn, but he plays a lot of like Jhin. The Senna was really, really big for him as well. Senna does have a global of her own to add, and Jhin can follow up on some of these long-range plays, but again, Jhin has a lot of good things, but he does not kill Scions.
Yep.
So it's one of the reasons why Sion has been so effective here. Sion and Xin are just such a mega frontline that it makes your 80 carry choice a lot harder. So we'll see, but they're, at least from the HLE side, are worried about some of the snap engage from 100 Thieves, which has been the name of the game for them. They do like to skirmish quite a lot, and so the Nico not going to be one of the answers to pair with the 80 carry role over there.
Yeah, strong laning may suggest that, again, getting rid of the potential Caitlyn that could come out. Kai'Sa goes, and Lucio from FlyQuest was talking a little bit about, you know, that the Kai'Sa can't really play around these objectives. Takes a while to get there and gets forced a bit. Yeah. So now with that off the board and the Ziggs, 100 Thieves are weighing up the possibility of an engage to layer up with this snap that you talked about through mid-jungle. And that's pretty simple there from Ayla as we get a counterpick 80 carry for the comp. Humble Life to show.
Yeah, and Alistar has been Ayla's most played, of this split. And has been Delight's most played, actually, of this split.
Surprise, yeah.
And so a bit of a takeaway there, too. Ooh, Viper's Lucian.
Lucian Brom angle?
Is going to be annoying. Brom into Alistar, very good as well. There's the Senna I was talking about. So it's something that FBI has always loved and has had quite a significant amount of success on. He is our quickest Senna stacker. We constantly are tracking our soul stacking.
It's a nice title.
And he at least in the LCS, he was the best. And so he is playing into a Braum, you know, melee support on the other side.
Yep.
Or he's playing into a Scion, if there's some sort of swap stuff that goes on in this game, which very well may be the case. Hint, hint.
First Center of Worlds, by the way. So haven't noticed Center yet, surprisingly, but to be fair, this champion disappeared from a lot of our radars as we started getting more lane dominance. So defense maneuver you say from FBI, I like that you talk about his comfort. I feel like that's so important when we just watched G2 win on some of these pocket picks, but seeing comfort come out of Western regions, I feel like it's what helps get them across the line. And we have to see, speaking of crossing the line, Kobe, if you can get excited as I did in that last game, because G2 did it, why can't 100 Thieves? 100 Thieves started it, by the way. They started the hype on this tournament for the West.
Yep. Both of them taking down BLG. HLE are quite a different beast, though. So let's see, what can the Thieves do about it this time around? Viper's Lucian gives me quite a lot to fear. So let's see about how they navigate that situation. I do think there might be some early level 1 shenanigans. HLE run straight through to the river. Try and get some of the deep wards. Hard push here into the jungle. Do expect, or are we distracting up here? No way you distract with emote spam and then wrap around. Okay.
The boys.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Each of them got one tap, one touch. They have the same emote.
And they can't do it again because
did they coordinate?
They got grasp.
So, let me fill you in on some of the Dokla content.
Yeah, tell me.
So he actually leaked his strategy that he was going to use versus Zeus.
Okay, what was it?
But he then clearly has not implemented that strategy, because in his vlog he said, I'm going to practice Jason Nar and I'm going to use Zeus skin. But I don't know, maybe the coach overruled him or something, so didn't actually come up with that strategy.
Poke from Quid, though.
Well, maybe we'll hear from Dokla in a vlog after this series about what happened there.
Next one will get 6 million views. Peanut and Viper starting the invade here. Viper will be heading top, but on a ward, so they know Raptors is the start.
That's what we were talking about for the lane swap. It does come in. The split on jungle is actually defended here.
And it's a Braum as well. So the natural damage is just great. And now you're going to get a bit of magic damage. Winter's Bite. Delight is currently soloing River as Ayla's coming to defend. Not a moment too soon, as with another rotation, I fear for River, but remember he's in the jungle. He'll be able to cue this away.
Powered cues.
Really nice timing from River.
Yeah.
It was a bit scary, and he's looking to rotate as he sees Delight walking back towards bot.
So, neither support is getting any experience.
No.
Quite frequently, the supports will at least soak level 2, but I do think this iteration is also good. The jungle focus iteration, Delight jungle attack mode, and he's actually delaying Krugs right now by leashing them all the way out. I mean, Delight has done quite a significant job at delaying here.
Yeah, really nice.
Nice stuff from him, being as annoying as possible to River. And look at the difference in speed. It is a full camp difference in speed clear due to Delight's interference.
And Zeus just took the big Krug as well. I think FBI walked up. I'm not sure what he got out of it, but still a bit of a denial towards River as Peanut was finished a while ago. Back towards his blue side of the map there, Kobe. So there is a bit of a tempo lead here for Humwa Life's Peanut.
And you can't really dive a Scion and a Braum. Are those two of the worst champs to dive in the game?
It's pretty close too, isn't it?
Definitely so. Regardless, they will continue on with the split map for jungle, albeit a bit delayed there for River. Delight is still not level 2. No. He's left a little bit early. He only needs to soak 1 minion, though, to get it. And Quid is going to face check. Seems fine. Okay.
Scrying off the wrong way, by the way, in the end. So doesn't even get the ward. Just rotating around. Delight is on a monster journey.
Quid got it. Quid got it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
But
how he hit it behind him. He's still level 1. So you said 1 minion, Kobe, and there it is.
There it is.
Seismic Shove is good. Winter's Bite, Quid running low on mana. Just passes through mid. Maybe to sync up here with Peanut. Peanut's going in again. What angle's he taking?
Just warding for second Raptor respawn here. Remember the delay as well on the opposite side. So while River can go camp their second respawn, it is significantly delayed, and they can come actually fight them on it again. Are they actually going to cross, though? Is River done with the Raptors? All right, he's had a lot of time. He probably should be done.
Just waiting to see. There we go.
Okay.
As you said, a little bit behind. Seismic Shove again through mid. The trading, Ayla's covering.
Okay, so all of the timing has been evened up then.
Yep.
Pretty much. It's just that River's side Raptor, quote unquote, will respawn a little bit quicker. Going for Krugs now. Peanut wants a little bit more, but this is on the swap back. So that Krug, that's a little greedy of a Krug take from Peanut. River has reset back with Dokla. Might.
That's the face check, right?
Some a flash or something, but he finishes it pretty quick.
Peanut, the damage, oh, it's autoed down, but against the wall.
Get the little ones.
It's really good as Peanut flashes away. River was also coming in, so a really good defense. Even though Peanut gets away with it, down to someone to see if that can be punished as there's no opening through mid. Quid hovers around bot, and Peanut's going to use this opportunity to try back away.
River's got the purchase, so he should, if he finds him, River does.
He will indeed. Onto Peanut. No, stops there.
Peanut has no flash. Okay. Just going to go back and harass him again.
He's going to stop him once
more. Do it.
W's him. We get another spear.
He can't go too far because there's a Braum up in the top side.
Yep.
And so if Delight gets annoyed and starts to come down. But River is a tenacious jungle invader. So, and he has a purchase advantage.
Yep.
So here comes the dive.
And onto Zeka, the flash, matched by the other flash. No seismic shove, but it won't matter. The poke enough. Zeka can't get home, and first blood goes over to River.
Oh, and there's no answer back either, even with the tower shots. All three flashes from 100 Thieves invested here, and it is successful. They push Peanut out the top side. They know that there's going to be no extra defense for Zeka on the dive because every other member of HLE is accounted for. So it is a surgical plan here from 100 Thieves, and they do get the kill.
Enables a good reset timing from Quid as well. As you said, River, an exceptional play. Goes popped here by FBI. Just walks it back, gets a little bit of souls, but as he sits solo up in top side, and that play led to Peanut being so delayed to get back. Dragon's going to be started now, but an opening for 100 Thieves, which is fantastic. Dokla does have level 6 available, but onto Zaze, he's not going to pull the trigger. They're wary about this Dragon, even though there is a Pantheon top side as Culling comes through. Minion wave in the way, going to soak quite a bit here from FBI, and they have sustain, so they're okay. Onto Delight, though, hang on. Viper's got no mana. He's going to be chained down. The wall's up in the way, but all they need is a couple more autos. Delight flashes match there. Kobe jumps for joy, but it ain't over yet as FBI gets the first one. Dragon now started by 100 Thieves. They want to take this too.
The call is FBI, open up! Here comes the Dragon fight, though!
There's an ultimate melee range. Hang on, is it too early? The Sky, rather, the darkness comes through, but it ain't enough. The shove back too good from Quid, but Zayas is tanky. Dokla in the all-out flashes out from a decimating smash, and Hum Alive come in to take the Dragon by force.
Oh, we're having some fun, but HLE in the end, they get the objective. But topside, again, FBI and Ayla here going aggressive. They get the chase down. They kill off Delight to grab the extra kill. So now it's one more kill for 100 Thieves for the Feats of Warfare, although the objective lead now taken by HLE with the early Dragon. So here's another look at it again. FBI, again, as we said, comfort pick for him from Champ Select, and Viper has no mana. So they say, we are going to take out your support. Flash for flash answered.
Nice.
Golden Glue and Spooks, the coaches here, 400 Thieves.
All in. Interrupted Quid, really nice. With the layering of zone control there. Zeka can't get his shove, especially when Hum Alive are grouped as 3.
All right, grub fight. You ready for some more action, buddy?
I hope so, man. 100 Thieves delivered so far. Hum Alive have to come to the contest. What do you think about those summoners? Zeka does not have flash. Neither does Peanut, neither does Zayas.
I am a little worried since FBI flashed for the kill, so no flash on the Senna could be punishable. And Scion from the top side is a little...
Peanut has ult. He steals with the smite. That's one down. There's the engage. 100 Thieves started off into a mosh pit. We begin. Peanut pulls out the Crescent Guard, but he's getting hit hard. Dokla comes in. CCs while FBI uses his last breath to do the same. Quid with the Weaver's Wall with the culling. Running into River. He shields for now, but he's one auto away as Zez pumps him. A good shuffle from Zeka as 100 Thieves went into that mosh pit confidently, but walk away as 100 Thieves have also got Dokla on the exit path. Humwalive going to take the rest of the grubs.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go into a mosh pit versus a Scion and a Braum.
No.
And Dokla's got nowhere to go.
Winter Spike, concussive blows. He gets stunned up. His Pathmaker won't save his life. Viper picks up the kill. And a 1.3k gold lead now amidst.
The 100 Thieves, they scramble a little bit too hard here. So Peanut had upgraded 900 smite. By the way, River hasn't farmed as much, so his was only 600. So that's why they had backed off early. But Zeka and Viper, look at your screen, they arrive quicker and they just immediately delete FBI, that Senna with no flash, and so it all goes downhill. Then the seismic shove actually was going to land on Viper, but Ayla went for an Alistar combo, and so then they didn't even shove him back, and it was just instantly in HLE's favor. Again, already when we were talking about the beginning, I thought that positioning was going to be very tenuous. 400 Thieves, the Senna who did not have flash from the previous play, and it's a good job by HLE capitalizing on that. With Viper and Zeka coming over from mid lane, immediately deleting him and getting the advantage for HLE. But the damage carry there, Zeus, again, if you're in a mosh pit versus Scion and Braum, it is always going to be really hard to get out, and you get a lot of value there from those beefy champs.
Glad you caught that smite increase there. It's Peanut and River obviously looking towards that last dance. We talked a lot about it, especially with the 100 Thieves earlier on in the tournament, pulling up a big win against BLG. So much on the line for the organization. And versus Peanut as well, when, you know, I think a lot of people got emotional seeing him last time in LoL Park in Korea, seeing his potentially last ever Worlds. Hopefully, I mean, he could do the Maple thing and come back, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, him and River both going, presumably, to military service.
Yep.
I'm still holding out hope that we could find River wife in the United States and and keep him, but we'll hold off on that. Probably the last dance for both of them and the organization of 100 Thieves as well. But this game has a lot longer to go, and after that last grub fight, it is now pretty solidly in control for HLE. They've got scaling Scion and Azir team fight. That is a recipe for success. And then they've got Viper on Lucian in mid lane with 2 kills already with the early Essence Reaver. So they just have so many options. It means that both your side lanes are very good with the Azir, with the Scion. Your mid lane is always under control because Viper can remain so safe with Braum protecting him. And you just unleash combo after combo. So 400 Thieves, they still need to just keep stacking up the Senna. River's got to get out of there.
Does indeed, wrong-sided dodge. He's going to ulti out in Brush. Zeus also covered the tri-brush, so he had to do it. Last cone also going to favor him too. As Dragon's up in 20 seconds, the River did manage. Did he get deep vision? No, actually, in the end. Humwalive controlled that sector, and it means that no flank possible here with potential TP from Quid.
Yeah, not too many options, honestly, for 400 Thieves right now. I think maybe they don't even have the Pantheon ultimate anymore, so things are looking very good for HLE for the setup on Dragon. They already have preemptively the vision leading up to it. They do have teleport from top side for both of them, but here we go.
Peanut's coming in as well as a double glacial Fisher. Perfect layering of CC, but Ayla covering his 80 carry. FBI gets a heal up as Culling now follows in as pursuit as well. Ayla's Unbreakable Will is down. Dragon's now up.
And you know the differences between an Alistar with ult and no ult for a team fight. It is night and day. So even though Braum and Lucian ultimates were used. Wait, 100 Thieves is Dokla actually trying to pincer here?
It's a fight. Decimating Smash tags him on the outside though. Swine's going to come down, and second Dragon hit for Humwalive. 100 Thieves are separated. As you said, Ayla with no ulti. As the lockdown on Delight. Peanut, Crescent guards between 3, and it's just perfect. Zeka to lay her down as well with the cow sinking in first. Meanwhile, blocking is Delight so that no range can be a fright. The shove avoided as Zeka gets Quid's flash, but 100 Thieves once again are sent packing as they'd left to defend mid after the Dragon loss. Viper can step up like that anytime he wants, as FBI is running low on the mana juice.
Yeah, full control here for HLE. Ayla here with no ultimate, instantly deleted on the front lines. Yet Braum, again, is such a good answer into Alistar, and if you trade ults, can still operate equally as tanky with his Unbreakable since it's a basic ability. Regardless, Zeus also just walks away. So here we go, another look at it. Delight just charges in. Even with missing the Q, it doesn't matter. They force it. Peanut walks up, triple ultimate, even though he does get stunned, and the teleport comes through. The Alistar's already dead. Zeus there just drives the train straight down with the ultimate on Sion, and he had already completed his Sunfire, full item completed. Seka does get the flash out of Quid. And HLE now with a very clear, easy way here to play out the rest of the game. Very straightforward with this super strong front line and the Azir Lucian carries.
Well, highlighting Zeus once again, thanks to the coin-based gold grind. Sion's just already done so much damage, 1600 ahead of Dokla. Big Dokes came in hyped up from an external perspective. But I will also say, against BLG, internally, standout player for me as well, especially on his Sion. As now with Iceborne, okay, that's something. The problem is, Zeus almost 2 items himself as Herald now spawns. The item advantage for Humble Life is quite evident, as you can see on your screen, an almost 2 item Lucian and Peanut with Sun Sky starting off this Herald now.
Yeah, and Peanut with his 1,000th international assist as well.
Very nice.
In possibly the final year. Rift Herald does go down. I have a feeling that Peanut will get some more assists throughout this game as well. HLE not done taking down champions. So currently though, split pushing, keeping the Sion bottom. Zeus just pushing away down there. Minion wave almost up to the tower already, and the Thieves have an eyeball. I mean, the Sion would take a long time to take down. Zeus recognizes the rotation and teleports out.
The TP as well. They'll be demolished on a turret. And we'll just chill and wait with what seemingly could be a trade here with the push out in bot as well.
I mean, it's trading versus single Talia pushing though. So single Talia pushing does not even...
Probably not close.
Yeah.
Yeah. See what the trade actually looks like. Ayla getting chunked by Viper. Delight pulls out the Glacial Fissure again. Remember, he can block this. The Dawning Shadow flies in, but Humble Life feels so confident they can just send it. Zeus once again chunks with the ulti as Dokla wants something from Zeka, but Shifting Sands gets Zeka out of harm's way. He can outrange us. He can walk out. It doesn't matter because the rest of 100 Thieves in mid lane are getting assaulted. Zeus standing up to the turret. He cares not, taking 4 shots with the Herald getting spawned and Tempo being dropped by Humble Life hard. Oh. That hurt. Zeus just took a Mega
don't
Blast
do that. That's mean.
He has assassinated with this Sion, this full tank Sion, I think 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah, let's get a cinematic review of that one. We'll get a Blast Cone 360 shield pop.
Oh yeah.
From Zeus.
Play of the match.
Honestly, though, Sion is just looking like a superhero so far this tournament. Zeus there definitely doing his part as well. I think there is a small chance that HLE might win this game.
I don't know about that, Kobe. I don't know about that.
A little bit. Anyways, they go in on Ayla again, Alistar, and he pops the ultimate, but he's already basically dead. So he's out of the fight, no health, no ultimate. River is dead. And so as the teleports come in, you know it's one of those teleports where you're like, well, I'm toast. I'm arriving into a graveyard already.
Yeah.
Here, thank you, observers. Here we go. Kills the
Put the
thing.
montage music on.
Hits the E, flashes for the pop and the Q. Instantly delete.
We're fighting again. I feel like 100 Thieves want to contest this as much as they can. Get towards that dragon, but there is no way. Ayla caught out, and Humble Life just open up this 3rd dragon with ease. 5,000 is the gold lead, and a lot more of these montages are flying through as it is gold galore for the Korean 2nd seed, chasing their 2nd win of Worlds 2025.
All right, talk to me about Delusion. Because we're only 18 minutes into the game, and HLE already 4.7 thousand gold lead plus the dragons, plus are about to kill another one.
Yeah, I'll try for the Delusion. The problem is, this keeps happening. Zeus is trying to set an all-time record for damage done by a Sion in the first 20 minutes of the game.
I like that. Let's track this.
Well,
you know, all-time most kills by a Scion as well.
Surely.
He could get that.
In a competitive game, folks. In a competitive game.
How about we start it with the most restrictions? It has to be in a Worlds game on a Saturday at whatever time it is right now.
Is it Saturday? I had no idea.
Is it
actually Saturday?
I don't know. I'm still a little lagged.
Okay. Yes, it is. Well done.
Nice. Nailed it.
On a Saturday, by anyone in the Swiss stage, in the first stage.
Who is named after a Greek god?
Yeah. How many of those we got?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Well,
I can tell you.
he's number one right there.
He's definitely one. I could name him.
The one. All right. Well, 100 Thieves.
What do you think? Where's your delusion at?
We're racking our brains right now. What do we do?
How do you slow the game down for FBI?
Well, honestly, I don't think we want to slow down. Maybe let's speed it up.
Okay, how do you
just full send. Basically what you do, you pick a target.
Yep.
Usually you want to pick a target that's got an objective bounty, but I don't know if you can ever kill Zeus. Maybe we can.
We might get an answer. Seismic
They've
shove.
got objective bounty.
You see it. You want to see it. Dawning Shadow as well helps out. Ayla's also sent away Viper. You believe Kobe? Because with Zeus holding in, he might be a free target for Quid. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight is going Doklet's way as he runs into Zeka. I say that, but Viper still just not dying. He all out as Doklet goes in the bush. Held out. Zeka as well. Spaces River. And Hummer Life, it's the sketchiest fight, but even that is too much to ask for. Hummer Life Zeus is godlike. It just keeps getting better no matter how much 100 Thieves find an avenue. Zeka will also see FBI flash away. He survives for now, but that Arakan will add gold right into the ground.
Yep, Otacon for HLE, the tower on top side. FBI is trying. Not a lot that they can do about it, though. All right, HLE looking pretty dang good here. I think as well, we're seeing in the tournament so much success. And of course, we've had, we're in best of one stages.
Yep.
So Fearless is going to provide a lot more variety. But we're seeing so much success from these really standard team fight comps. Of course, the actual play is the big is the focal point. But these things have had a lot of success too. And now, when you're so far ahead here, let's look at how they try and get some of the bounties. Viper had one on his head, but the peel is too good. Zeka's there, Zeus is there. Viper avoided for long enough himself, and then Zeka's ultimate with the peel as well. So no bounty claimed. And Zeus came back. He has higher health there at the end of the replay than he did at the beginning.
Yeah, he teleported like straight away as well. Zeus now at 7. We're going to have to get a record on this thing because he's just under turret for now. Zeka coming to help him out. Much like he helped out Viper before, he's going to help out his top laner. Seismic shove avoided with good time. Zonya's unstoppable onslaught meanwhile. And these shove backs from Zeka are crystal clean. The Dawning Shadow enables the chase from Doklet, but way too deep. With a Winter's Bite over the wall, sets up for Viper to just take on the rest of the team. 100 Thieves will not feel safe under their own inhibitor turret. Hummer Life are putting on a display in Beijing.
Okay, but can they get Quid one more time, though? Huh?
Maybe not. Maybe that's the win for 100 Thieves, but Hummer Life at 12K gold lead. These fights are literally just showing some hand stiff.
Yeah. We'll probably take another look at that one, but HLE, they destroy the base, at least the bottom inhibitor, and they're calling it a day after that one. Go for the reset. They are very rich. Go spend the rest of your money and walk it on back out.
Well, could be a big day. I mean, considering that for LCK, they did have an internal rivalry between Gen.G and T1. But if Hummer Life can finish this game off, then what have we got?
7 is the most kills an international Scion has gotten in a single game.
Holy!
I see 8 right there.
I see 8.
I see 8 right there. He's got the record. Zeus is legendary. 8-0 Scion. He's got the record now, the new record for most kills in an international game by a Scion. How many more can he get?
I mean, I'm just also curious about the damage. There's got to be some of the most damage we've ever seen as well. Zeus
Can we get a Gamba in the chat for people guessing?
Oh, yeah.
What he's going to end with?
What is the damage?
I will say, the hardest part about him getting more kills is Viper and Zeka just taking all the kills.
Yeah.
Good luck, Zayas. I'm rooting. Well, I'm still rooting for Thieves, but I'm also rooting for Zayas.
You walked into that one. It's hard. It's a hard game for NA fans. There were some great moments at the start, but it's like Humble Life, these fights.
Is he going to go 9?
Getting better and
Is he
better.
going to get 9?
He's looking for a decimating smash with Unbreakable Will. That Alistar dies to Delight. What are you doing, Delight? Zayas is here to set a record even further down as Winter's Bite, again, concussive blows. Zekka's just ordering attack River. And away and away and away he goes. Seismic shove. Zayas is getting zoned out by 2 as Peanut takes down the enemy jungler. Another great ulti it would have been, but a blast cone saves the day. Meanwhile, mid is another great play for Humble Life, and Zayas is teleporting in. Kobe, a culling onto Quid. 100 Thieves tries they might. The might of Humble Life is just too much. Zayas is going to die eventually after taking 10 turret shots. But the LCK's second seed step up in a big way. Zayas sets an international record on Sion, and their just desserts are moving to 2-1. Humble Life big on the board.
Well, we have had some stomps today.
Domination.
We certainly have. HLE, definitely one of those. Under 25 minutes with the Dragon Soul.
I don't normally see that. Do not normally see that was an utter stomp then. But for Humble Life, I mean, these are the expectations we had. First stand champions earlier in the year, high bar set. Haven't been able to match that since. And especially when it's Peanut's last dance. This is what fans want to see. They want to see a grand exit for this guy.
Yeah.
And performances like that are what are going to do it. Is our AD going to break it down with a very swift win.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, a bit of a heartbreaker for 100 Thieves, but they're not out of this yet. They'll have a chance at redemption later on in the tournament. HLE, you see the love for Zayas and Peanut, and the love for Zayas especially, who just had an incredibly disgusting game on Sion.
We were just talking about it, right? There's the fantasy version of a tank, the protectors, the front line, the wall, and then there's the literal tank, the thing that mows opposition down.
This man is an armored unit, highly effective against infantry, 100 Thieves, all infantry.
That's been HLE's mascot, you know, the orange tank, so it does fit. And I always feel like when I watch Zayas playing tanks, he always seems like he's having so much fun. Like, you think of Zayas as like a carry player, and that's what he's known for, that's what he's proficient at. But it feels like when he gets to play these tanks like Sion or Ornn, it seems like he's having so much fun.
He's like carry player.
Yeah, he's like, look, I'm this tanky, I'm this immortal, but I can still just like do so much damage.
Whatever I want.
Run about, have a great time. I don't have to do all these mechanically crazy things. I can just walk up and take no damage.
And shout out to Zayas, who's hopefully convincing some of the solo queue players out there to actually just play tanks for once instead of trying like really random counter picks that no one ever wants to see.
Yeah, ambitious. Not
Loki diss at the bounce.
No.
Tank sound versus
he plays the Sion. I'm not throwing shade. I think that is the CEO of vibes. Next to Zayas on Sion in this game, that is a man who knows how to goof around, right? Like,
that's very true.
A lot of people out here trying to be the clickety-clack sweaty guy in the meme. I think Zayas and the boss are the guys singing payphone and just vibing.
That's
seems to be where they're comfortable. Of course, Zayas breaking records, and he is our Oppo player of the game. I think absolutely, I mean, there's no surprises, right? This is hands down the most obvious slam dunk.
HLE was kind of winning across the map, but I really felt like that he cemented that final nail in the coffin, especially given just how reliable he was as a frontliner in this game.
It just felt like so often he was just leading. He was the person first foot forward, finding these engages. And for a lot of the game, had 100% kill participation, was close to finished with 92.3. But it felt like in these fights, 100 Thieves really struggling to find any headway.
The game was chaotic, and it felt like 100 Thieves came so close so many times, but HLE just kept getting away with it. By the thinnest of margins, they were able to outplay their opposition, and I mean, this was one of the most dominant performances of this year's World Championship.
Also, 758 damage per minute on a Sion?
That's crazy. I also think Sion's one of those champions, like one of the most frustrating champions to fall behind against, because he just gets so tanky so quickly. He's obviously stacking that HP, and he just runs at you, and FBI was just not doing damage to him. Yeah.
All I'm going to say is that,
immortal.
like, Trundle stocks about to go way up. okay? Because I feel like Sion is getting way too much space and freedom to pretty much do whatever it is that he wants to do.
Look, I completely agree. I will say, though, for 100 Thieves, they had some good looks at the start of the game. They got some of those early kills, but it really was that moment around Grubs where it fell apart, where the hope started to fade away, because you could see the look with the Senna if she had more time. But the second the Siren got ahead, the second they weren't able to play these fights out the way they wanted, it really came crashing down so quickly.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the focus here went initially onto Peanut, and then FBI just kind of gets deleted from the fight so quickly. And it feels like in the ensuing fight, especially the value of the Braum passive in these sort of skirmishes just is so strong. Like Braum Lucian, I feel like in these early skirmishes is one of these bot duos that just offers so much.
And yeah, this fight pretty much determined the entire game, because once HLE got this kind of a lead, they just were so unrelenting in their control over the game. Cascading objective into objective, it felt like that 100 Thieves, credit to them, because we've heard from the North American casters how unrelenting this team is.
Yeah.
And I think this was a great example of how, regardless of how far behind they were, they still tried to find plays. They still tried to find picks where they could. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to convert any control back over the game.
I think also, we're going to be honest, like they've had such a rough schedule. And
absolutely.
I feel like with some of the other team schedules that we've seen, they would be in such a just a way better position than they are now, because the play has been pretty solid overall. This was obviously a rough match, but they've had a tough time.
And the good news is they've got easy opponents like BLG and T1 waiting for them in the 1-2 bracket. So their schedule is only going up from here.
Bro, we got one game. You need to calm down with calling people easy opponents. There's a level of delusion.
Sarcasm,
oh,
Daniel.
I can't tell. After the BLG thing, I think you're flying a little too high. We need to come a little bit.
I feel bad for them, because he's completely right that their schedule has been really rough, and it could just get so much worse down in the 1-2.
And I think starting with that BLG win was so big to regain the faith of the North American fans after they lost to Vivo Keith Stars. They can't get BLG, which is big for them, but now to have also the most insanely difficult schedule, they need a little bit of a break. Maybe it's a very favorable draft, maybe it's a slight favorable draw, but you can see that what we saw from them domestically in that last best of 5 they played isn't the limit of what they're able to do. But no matter how high that limit was, it's not enough against this team today. Just casual Sion out-damaging the Azir and Xin. Nothing to see here, folks.
And HLE will now join that 2-1 pool, which is CFO, Top Esports, Gen.G, FlyQuest, G2, and HLE.
Yeah.
Which is quite the stacked pool. But HLE definitely looking confident going into that pool.
That they are, and G-Sun is standing by with Zayas to hear more about that matchup.
Welcome back to Verizon post-game interview. Joining me is Zeus, the two-time world champion, for the interview. Congratulations on the win. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Hana Life is also now joining the 2-1 pool. How do you feel about the win? 오늘 이제 승리와 함께 2승 1패 조에 합류하게 되셨는데요. 소감이 어떠신가요?
확실히 이 1패까지는 괜찮은데 2패까지 갔을 때 좀 많이 무서울 것 같아가지고 일단은 좀 다행인 것 같습니다.
For sure, I was like, after losing one game, we were mostly like, we can take one loss. And then imagining having 2 losses, it was so scary. So I'm very, very relieved with the win today. So you broke the record for the most kills in Sion on an international game, which was originally 7. Now you hit 8 kill mark. How do you feel about the record? And you had so much damage on this champion. 오늘 경기로 국제대회 단일 경기에서 사이언 최다 킬 기록을 달성하셨습니다. 기존에는 7킬이 최다였는데 오늘 8킬까지 내셨거든요. 어떠신가요? 새로운 기록을 수립하셨는데.
사이언 일단 너무 사기챔이어가지고 좀 더 낼 수 있었을 것 같은데 좀 아쉽네요.
Sion is just too OP right now. I think like I could have gotten more kills actually. It's a bummer that I stopped at 8. What makes Sion so OP? 사이언이 왜 이렇게 지금 사기인 거예요?
일단 사이언 이 친구가 이 간접 상향을 너무 많이 받아가지고 그것도 있고 실제로 챔피언도 상향을 해줘가지고 뭐 너무 강한 것 같습니다.
First, he got indirect buff, and then the champion itself also got an actual buff, so I think this is just too overpowered at the moment. Well, your lane opponent today, Dokla, said you are his idol. He said he wanted to play scrims against you, he wanted to do a jersey swap, maybe at least a handshake, so are you down for a jersey swap for Dokla? And how was the matchup up against him in general? 도클라 선수를 오늘 탑에서 만나셨는데 이제 인터뷰에서 제우스 선수가 나의 우상이다. 꼭 스크림도 같이 해보고 싶고 유니폼도 교환해보고 싶고 안 되면 악수라도 해보고 싶다라고 했는데 오늘 만나보니 어땠는지 그리고 유니폼 교환 혹시 해주실 생각 있나요?
일단은 너무 감사한 것 같고 그렇게 얘기해 주시는 게 도클라 선수 하면 제가 재작년에 월즈 했을 때 되게 스크림을 많이 했었던 기억이 있어가지고 또 반가운 얼굴인 것 같고요. 또 오늘 경기하기 전에 또 악수까지는 했거든요. 그래서 악수까지는 했는데 유니폼도 뭐 얼마든지 가능한. 네.
Well, I actually had a lot of scrims with Dokla 2 years ago at Worlds, so it was so nice to see him again here at Worlds 2025. And we did have a handshake before the game today, and I am down for a jersey swap as well. Thank you very much, Zeus. And that will be the end of the post-match interview with Zeus, and I'm going to pass it back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun and Zeus, and I like that because I was nervous Zeus was going to say no.
But and pass up the opportunity to get a big Dokes jersey.
Also, Jisun a homie because she asked on air, so he knows he can't say no because that would be BM. So Jisun helping out Big Dokes. We love to see the alley-oop, the assist there. But taking a look, of course, at where we stand now in the Swiss stage. If you missed it yesterday, AL and KT were the first teams to advance to the bracket stage. The next teams will have to wait until round 4 to see. But G2, T1, FlyQuest, and now HLE have won in the 1-1 bracket and moved on.
Yeah, I was hoping we'd get some draws today to at the very least see that 2-1 pool come together, but we're not going to get that just yet. We're going to have to wait for tomorrow's matchups, which, I mean, disappointing performances from the EU brothers. For PSG and for VKS, I think both are looking at that matchup as a great opportunity to showcase what they're capable of at the international competition. And we'll see if Fnatic has some life left in them, given that right now they're not the favorites going into that matchup.
Yeah, based on the matchups that we've had for PSG, I think they've had hard opponents. I think they've still shown some life despite that. I think they're kind of favorites coming into that, but we'll see if VKS can come in strong and upset. And at least we know the EU's getting another win that day. And we've kind of continued the theme of EU winning against EU, because, you know, G2 won against Shadow today, so it's just been, yeah, EU beats EU.
Okay, bro.
I mean, I can't lie, Shadow did get super caught. I did scream Brother Shadow when that moment happened, which is super BM. Sorry, Shadow, but we'll take him where we can get him.
Wow.
And speaking of that game, it was a pretty massive upset, and so G2 conquering their demons. So we're going to feature Caps in our HyperX Reflex replay as he found the perfect distraction at Otacon.
And it was in my poor judgment that I questioned this play initially, but thanks to Hansama enlightening me and dubbing Caps the MVP thanks to this performance. I mean, ultimately it did result in an uncontested Otacon, and as Hans was saying, it felt like for G2 that all of these objectives were largely just going uncontested.
See, I was ready to critique this play because we don't normally see too many of these in the LCK.
Right.
Maybe a couple from Bro, I guess.
Sure.
But you as the LEC caster, you should be more aware of things like this. I feel like you should have filled me in, right? Hans Sama obviously was very understanding, right?
It's true.
He could see the lines. But yeah, maybe just a little bit more studying of the VODs.
I should have been prepared for him to flash forward in the hopes of getting inside a Rift Herald to break away to safety. It's true. My bad. I'll know better for next time.
It's a growth opportunity. Just like Hansama knowing what's going on top lane, as we did find out in that interview.
For the record, Broken Blade robbed of that.
Yeah, Broken Blade absolutely the MVP.
Absolutely styled in that
Solo
game.
killed, got every pick. Hansama had no idea. The top laners do not exist. Second-class citizens in the world of League of Legends. Justice for top lane, especially after that Zeus performance. That's going to do it for us here. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Summertime and 1 a.m. Pacific for the elimination best of threes. The first two teams we're going to be saying goodbye to between MCoy and Fnatic, VKS and PSG. We'll see you bright and early.
Yeah, we don't do it. Cannon or flash? Cannon or flash?
I'm holding it.
I will zone more them.
I'm fine.
I'm going side.
Yeah, no flash guys already.
I'm going, yeah.
Okay, go right now.
No flash. But I need help.
You have flash, okay? You don't have flash?
I do.
How's the fight going with Bart? Is we're losing here?
He wins.
Okay.
But he flashed at the flying behind him.
Play wrong. Accuter? Yeah, I'm fighting with you.
Combo 3.
You guys dead?
Combo 2.
Maybe Penta? I can maybe set it up for you.
It's okay, just kill the guys.
Well, I will slowly, but I'm just beating her.
And big expectations are met here today. FlyQuest will hit the Nexus, and the Whales weren't enough to crush the mighty Fly. Father stacked it fully. Kerry comes in, no time to talk about items as T1 look for the pick. Onto Canyon at half HP. Owner jumps in, but his ulti comes first. Canyon survives, and Doran's coming in, but interrupted. This Poppy pick was a stroke of genius. There's no vindication for Kuma, none for T1 here, as they are getting destroyed by the LCK champions.
Watch me sink into the ground. I am buried, but I'm still